All right, seeing as it's 5 o'clock, I'll call the Tuesday, September 3rd Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Shope, can we have a roll call vote? Or a roll call? No voting yet. How about a roll call?
Yes. Brian Nichols,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Brian Anderson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda. Do we have any comments, questions, changes? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve our agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And against? That passes. We'll move on to item 1D, approval of minutes from July 12th. Any changes, deletions, modifications to the minutes? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Got a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. And opposed? That carries. We'll move on to item 2A, the July monthly financials. And Mr. Shady, I think you have just are bursting at the seams to tell us about July.
That I am, but to be honest with you, July was kind of a rather lackluster month, especially on the revenue side, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Our financial activity report is available on board docs and displayed online here as well. Just to point out a couple of new items added into the table of contents and a little bit of a layout change here as we begin the new fiscal year in July. New to the financial report, it will be this monthly accounts payable report, and we'll take a peek at that momentarily as well. But we'll scroll down and we'll take a look first at our monthly summary report. And as I mentioned, July is always a rather lackluster month. In total, we had revenues of $145,000 in the month of July with expenses of $1.75 million. So our outflows exceeded our inflows, money's coming in by just over $1.6 million. Now, when we talk revenues, those are new dollars booked in July. What's not reported here is that we do receive a good number of accounts receivable funds that come in the month of July. So the cash influx into the district is greater than the $145,000, but that those accounts receivables were booked as revenues in the last fiscal year. So they're finally just kind of coming in. And that will continue really probably over the next 4 to 6 weeks before that kind of balances out. The one item that I will point out here on the monthly summary report, just because that'll save us a little bit of time later, is in the community service fund. We did have an expense there of $50,000. A commitment was made with the Blender Cafe at the Beloit Public Library, 3-year commitment, $50,000 a year, payable on July 1st of each year. And this payment here in July reflects the final payment of that commitment, just as an FYI for the board and the community as well. Our cash and investments are listed here as well as of the end of July. And again, here's the end of the current month as compared to the end of the prior month. So this would be June of 2024. And then the previous year, end of the current month, July of 2023. And you can kind of see going across, a year ago, we had over $30 million in cash and investments. Today, we've got about $22.8 million. So a decrease of over $7 million. Don't be too concerned about that, because if you recall, we made a significant prepayment on some debt during this last fiscal year, and that is a large contributing factor for that. More importantly, perhaps you could take a look at the bottom couple of rows where we measure our general fund operating budget assets, essentially our cash liquidity, and then the approximate number of days of liquidity. And you can see last month at the end of June, we had 58 days of cash on hand. Here at the end of July, we have 46 days of cash on hand, and in comparison, it was 62 days at this point in time a year ago. Monthly purchasing commitments. The committee's supposed to be made aware of purchases made in excess of or between $50,000 and $100,000 during the reporting month. There was one purchase order that was entered into in the month of July for the American Reading Company to the tune of $72,000. A School Pace Connect digital data dashboard and integrated text support, all coming out of the TLE budget. So making the board aware of that as well. The commentary on the revenues and expenses, quite honestly, is pretty benign this month. I think I'll choose to kind of skip over that unless board members have specific questions on anything that was included in the narrative. I'd be more than happy to address that. Not trying to hide anything. There's just honestly not a lot there of value, and I think our time this evening is going to be better spent on some of the other items. So if there's any questions on the narrative, I'd be happy to entertain that.
Any specific questions from the committee members? No? How about from anyone else present? Specific? No? Okay, yeah, good idea.
Okay. I do want to speak about the fund balance. So in the past, I've included a fund balance report in the financials. Haven't really included it into the monthly financial activity report, although we're starting a new month and a new fiscal year, and I thought it might be wise to do that. So I do comment about our fund balance. General fund balance was depleted by approximately $1.5 million during the month as a result of minimal revenues contributing to and monthly expenditures drawing down that fund balance, and that can be evidenced in the monthly summary report. And let me just kind of see if I can get that displayed on the screen for us here as well. So again, if you look up here at Fund 10, the general fund, beginning balance at the first part of July, almost $10.5 million. At the end of July, just under $9 million. So that's, again, about a $1.5 million decrease. And you can see where we were in fiscal year 23 in July with a beginning balance of 11.7, ending balance of 9.7. So coming back to the narrative, July began the month with a fund balance approximately 1.2 million less than it did a year prior, though it ended the month only being off by about $765,000, which I thought was pretty good and noteworthy as well. The revenue reports and the expenditure reports, as the board is accustomed to seeing, are online as well. I will come back to that board AP report. So this is something that's been disclosed to the board in prior months through a different fashion, and just trying to be more transparent. We've built this into the monthly financial activity report as well this year. This report covers all of the accounts payable transactions that took place during the reporting month. So this month would reflect July 1st through July 31st. And I forgot how many pages it is. It's long, 26 pages worth of information here, but it does denote all of the accounts payable transactions that occurred during the month, both for committee, for school board, and for the public as well. And that, I think, is all that I have, unless anybody has specific questions this evening.
Anything from committee members? Remaining board members? All right, I don't think we do. Does anyone want to make a motion to move this to the full board for consideration?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we got a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Shady. All right, then we're going to move on to item 3A, the Ad hoc Finance and Budget Committee initial recommendations. I just want to start by saying thank you to the work that this group has done. We're going to see some of the recommendations and the results. What you might not see is some of the discussion and the work that went into it, and I know we won't see some of the work that several people put in behind the scenes that we're never going to know about because they're not going to stand up and pat themselves on the back. But I know Carol's going to put a good presentation together here, and So thank you, and thank you for leading that group of people. It was good discussions, and I will give you the floor to
Thank you.
go.
Yeah, it's not fun. It just isn't. But I am here today as the chair of the Ad hoc Finance Budget Committee. And the Ad hoc Committee was given the task of developing recommendations for balancing the 24-25 school year budget. And while we were only organized at the end of July, the board needs to have a balanced budget by October, and therefore needed some recommendations by September. So given the short time frame and the amount of information we have received so far, we have an initial list of recommendations that the board could implement, which theoretically will balance that budget. Budget cutting is a difficult and painful process, and we're fully aware that there are and will be a myriad of arguments against any and all of these recommendations. The reality is, however, that in order to balance the budget, cuts must be made. A quick reminder of what has occurred so far. The discussion last year was that $10.8 million in reductions were needed to balance the 24-25 school year budget. The administration presented to you a list of cuts for some of those reductions. We had attrition of positions, cuts in building budgets, changes in contracts, changes in health insurance premiums, et cetera. In addition, at some point, the revenue projections changed a little bit in our favor, which was good. But these cuts and changes were significant, but when the committee was formed, we were still tasked to find an additional $3.7 million. We all need to remember that the deeper we go in the process, the more difficult it gets. The easier, less painful cuts come first. Now we have to go deeper. Before we begin to look at our recommendations, I want to review some of the items that are not on this list. First, there are many items that need to be studied that might provide some cost savings. Suggestions such as closing another school, changing how we provide transportation, changing how health insurance is provided. These and other ideas will take time to consider and implement, and more time than we have at this point. Secondly, as we looked at the list of staff in the district who do not work directly in the classroom, the positions such as family advocates, STEM coaches, literacy coaches, and interventionists are all paid out of Title I and/or AGR funds. Cutting those positions would risk losing the grants, which certainly at this point would not be helpful. Biliteracy or the ESL positions are also required by the state of Wisconsin. That takes out of consideration a large number of positions, which means we have to go even deeper. There are items on this list we didn't want to get to, but as you go deeper, the choices are more limited and more difficult. So let's review some of the suggestions. You should have gotten a document that sort of outlines all of these things. And I'm not going to read the document to you. I'm going to go through it on our own. But in the beginning of the document is a couple of paragraphs that review some of the things that I talked about. And also that we established a goal of preserving as much as possible classroom teachers and other staff that were most directly involved with students as best we could. We also gathered information from staff and stakeholders, and you should have also found a fairly large document in the board documents that has all of that information, all the emails, text messages, summaries of conversations I had with people. It's all included. The names are not. I took the names off. Most people, I don't think, cared. Some people did. So the names are not there. So if you look at the list up there, the first three categories, not lines, but categories, are the most difficult and give us the most amount of money. The first at the top is to cut COLAC personnel by 25%. If you look at the chart, if you can see it, or if you have one in front of you, it's a little over $1.4 million. We believe that COLAC staff has grown despite declining enrollment and that cuts should be made here. And these positions, unfortunately, are also the furthest away from direct student contact and are a little bit more vulnerable. We did discuss that the top-tier administrators might be willing to take a voluntary cut in pay, and if that occurs, it should be included in the total. We also didn't feel that we had enough knowledge about how some of those departments and positions function, so we believe that the administration and the board has to determine the specifics of those reductions. The second one is to reduce the number of assistant principals in the district. Assistant principals in the elementary schools have been a more recent addition, so it should be possible for schools to function without them. Not necessarily desirable, but possible. Originally, we discussed cutting all of the elementary APs and cutting 2 APs at the high school. But looking at the enrollments, we felt that an established criterion would be helpful. We recommend that you look at 500 students as kind of a magic number. This is an arbitrary number, but it's kind of based on our projected enrollments. The middle schools were already cut by 1 assistant principal, and that left 1 in each building. If we are going to justify leaving an assistant principal in the middle schools, then 500 seems to be kind of a logical number. Looking at the projected enrollments, Todd was also projected to have over 500 students. It seems logical then that Todd should also retain their assistant principal. The high school was projected to be at around 1,600, so using the 500 as the criterion, they would have 3 principals when they've had 4 in the past. BLA would also lose their assistant principal. If we use that criterion, the cut is a total of 7 additional AP positions, that for an additional $750,000. Then we looked at providing shared services between the buildings. And if you look, there's a list. And there's a list of many people, or many positions that are possibilities. And while we don't want to eliminate these services, we know they're needed. We certainly do. We looked at options first. We looked at some of the options. Depending on numbers and sections of students, this could have looked at many positions. However, at this point, it didn't seem like art, music, and PE would work. And so we were recommending psychologists and counselors be shared. The number of reduced positions is 4. The elementaries would be paired together, and so would the middle schools. This should be done based on enrollments and programming. There's like the ID program, intellectual disabilities, which would have a higher need, so we want to try to even out the caseloads if possible. We're also recommending the reduction of gifted and talented positions from 3 to 1. We certainly believe in gifted and talented programs and are hoping these services can be provided in the buildings, perhaps by some of those coaches that are going to be there. We estimate if you do all of those things, it's about $760,000. So the rest of them are not nearly as drastic, but we feel that some of these are really important and need to be reviewed. One of them is cutting the board salary. Currently, all board members are paid $450 a month. Reduction to $330 a month would be $10,080. The cut's minor, but it's really more of a statement or a signal to the community and staff. Also in the packet of comments, you'll find a chart. One person did a significant amount of research and has a comparison of board salaries for nearby districts, and actually that gets the comparison a little closer to what other districts are offering. We are recommending that you look at reducing addendum contracts. This has been discussed several times in the preliminary budget presentation. Mr. Chady and Dr. Garrison believe that they can get out $250,000. However, we also believe that some positions may need to be reinstated. I mean, a lead teacher, for example, if you're cutting APs from the building, you may need to reinstate APs. So that still needs a specific review, but we're hoping that we could get $250,000 out of there. Same with the reducing purchase services. That's an area that needs to be thoroughly reviewed. We looked at a huge spreadsheet that kind of needs a deep dive. There are lots of items on that category we know, of course, cannot be touched, but we're hoping that with a deep dive, we might be able to get about $500,000 out of there. Eliminate college credit reimbursement. Again, it doesn't really provide you anything. That's a statement. We can't be cutting $9 million out of our budget and paying people to get college credits. Placing a hiring freeze on all non-critical positions. That's pretty much been done. A lot of the conversation revolved around the hearing officer. That seems to be a bone of contention that we're adding a position at this point. And last on the list is fund transfers. Mr. Chady also talked about that during several of the other budget presentations, and he's fully confident that he can get $250,000 out of there, aren't you? So we hope. He did point out that those are things like the resource officers, which makes them more available to the community and maybe less available to the schools. So that needs to be considered as well. So if we can make these things happen, and I think, and if the estimates are reasonably accurate, then we may have a balanced budget. If you look at the full list of cuts, you can see the impact of all of the work that's been done. That's the other spreadsheet. And we're looking at, if the numbers are anywhere near accurate, we are at about 9 million, a little over. That's if all these things work. Some of us on the committee are concerned about the positions that were quote-unquote attritioned. If we never paid for these people last year and last year's budget wound up negative, can this truly be considered a cut? I guess we'll find out. Again, we realize that all of this is difficult and will make significant changes in the buildings and the way we do business in the school district. There are many, many valid arguments against doing all of these things. In fact, I'm guessing that there's likely going to be high school teachers at the board meeting tonight, and I see psychologists and counselors here already. So I no doubt that they have many, many sound arguments, like the freshman academy principal. But the question becomes, what would you like to do instead? Can the high school find $100,000 out of their budget to fund their assistant principal? Then we can maybe discuss it, right? There's going to be lots of arguments and consternations coming up over this. We urge you to continually challenge those who tell you that it can't be done to provide an alternative suggestion, because we have to cut the budget. Will this affect discipline? Yes. Will this put more burdens on teachers and principals? Yes. Will the work being done at COLAC have to be taken up by the others that are left? Yes. All those things are true. This is hard. This is difficult. This is painful. And we need to continue the work. We are by no means done. We don't know if this will work at all or how close the estimates are to actual numbers. The board needs to implement this or something like it very soon. Then we can monitor the budget, see what's working and what's not, and make further recommendations. And next year's budget isn't looking any better. We need to start looking at other creative ways of providing more streamlined and effective services for our students. We need to look at programming and grant funding. How can we utilize grants more effectively to help us? What programs can be changed to provide services in a more cost-effective way? When we go deeper, we are going to have to look seriously at class size. We're going to have to seriously look at healthcare costs, transportation costs, building utilization, sports programs, and any other activity you can think of. But the longer we wait, the harder it gets, and the more we'll need to cut. We are already 2 months into this budget, and school started today. The meter is running, and the money is being spent. We urge you to act on something quickly so the process can start moving forward. Now, questions, comments, concerns?
Well, thank you, Carol. Again, thanks for the work and standing up and, sometimes saying tough things, right?
It's tough stuff.
It's not popular. We did, as a board, I know we've received emails, and it's interesting. Everyone starts with, I understand you need to make tough cuts, but here's why you can't cut this, right? And,
Right.
and that's human nature, and I think, and again, like you said, a lot of valid points, right? So,
A lot of valid arguments.
so I look forward to the discussion too. I guess I'd open it up to committee members. Do you have any questions for Carol?
We have lots of members of the ad hoc committee here too that can answer any questions. Maybe better than I can.
Greg?
Okay. Again, at the moment, I don't have any questions. I want to thank you and the committee for your hard work. We know that as we look at any budget, reducing anything is difficult. Just as it is in our own homes when we need to reduce our expenses, there's always impact that goes along with that. And I just kind of also want to go over and review some of the things that are part of the charge to this committee. One is that all ad hoc committees by board policy are advisory committees, that they provide the recommendations that then can be used as we go forth with looking at how we balance the budget as a whole. But it also states that the work that is there needs to be done based on research. And as part of the motion that created the committee, it included that the reports that come in, so when your final report comes in, we need to be looking at all of these budget cuts that are here and determining what is the impact on the students and on the district as a whole that become part of that report. It's not to say that any of your suggestions are wrong or we don't like them. I mean, everybody who has ever worked in education is going to like some of these recommendations and not like others. It's a tough situation we're in, and we have to move forward with that. But we also have to make sure that we are ensuring that we understand that the reductions that are being recommended do have impacts of varying degrees on the students within our districts. And so that should become part of your final report as you go forward with, as you look at those reductions, how is that going to directly impact the student as it goes forward? Again, as per board policy, ad hoc committees have no oversight of their recommendations once they are completed. They have no oversight as to how the district continues to move forward with that. We all know that all of the recommendations that are here need to be part of the discussion as we continue to work to balance the budget in the district. Some may be adopted or accepted just as they are. Some may be tweaked based on how they fit within the building, within the district, to provide the most services that benefit our students that we have. We know that as a district, we are struggling to improve our academic performance, to provide more opportunities for our students as we move forward. And of course, as we look at budget cuts, that all is going to dramatically impact those activities that we can move forward with. I do want to thank everybody in the committee for your time and your work. You've put a lot of effort and time into this and discussions. I do want to apologize to the committee as not being available for this last month. I was on vacation that was booked over 2 years ago as the first chance that we had after COVID in order to continue to take our vacation time. But I will continue, I will attend the committee meetings as we go forward and continue to work with the committee as they continue with their discussion as they go forward. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Nichols?
Thank you, Board President Anderson. And thank you, Board Member Greg Schneider, for those thoughts. I would echo those. This is a tough position, tough job. There's never easy answers. They really aren't. Sometimes, I've been on the end of this a couple times in my career, so it's a challenge. But I'm amazed at the amount of information that you shared with us, that the committee put together. Thank you all for all your hard work. I do have one question that's I haven't seen anywhere, and it may be here somewhere, but what about district advertising? Did you guys look at that? How much we spend on advertising with different media and et cetera, et cetera? I don't know I honestly don't know what that number is.
Yeah, we didn't look at it specifically. I'm assuming that might come under that purchase services.
Yeah.
So that would be one of the things when we look at the purchase services category, that would be looked at closely. Yes.
Okay. I guess another question, is there anything else that has come to your mind since you wrote this report that you didn't think about or you might want to add? You wish I'd have done that, wish I hadn't? Because I'm coming from personal experience here. That's why I'm asking.
No, I don't, not me personally. I don't know if any of the other board, or any of the ad hoc committee has anything different. Again, the timeframe, we should have been having these kinds of discussions last May. You know that, I know that. These are very hard discussions to be having in September. And because it takes a lot of processing and again, the meter is already running. And I again, I'm sure you're going to need to tweak it. I think you're going to need to work with it, but $3.7 million is a lot of money. And tweaking probably won't get you too far. And if you're going to make a big change, then you need to have a big change to replace it if you really are serious about balancing the budget. I mean, if you don't want to cut anybody at COLAC, then you need $1.4 million from somewhere else. I mean, the reality is this just barely, I think, gets us balanced, and that's if our numbers are fairly accurate. But, the same way I understand, I don't want to counselors and social psychologists either. We're not cutting them, but I don't, sharing, it just puts burdens on everybody. But again, that's $700,000 that needs to come from somewhere else. So if you're going to change the recommendations, make sure there's something to replace them is my biggest message, I guess. Because that's the only way you're going to balance the budget that I can see. Anybody from the committee want to say anything?
Let's give Mr. Hankins, you got a comment as well?
Yeah, I just want to give an overview. I was able to attend every meeting except one. I was so majorly impressed by the production that came out of those meetings, the professionalism involved, of the character of the people that were in that meeting. We say ad hoc, you think you're throwing a bunch of people off the street in that room, but absolutely not. These were professionals who had the same goal that we do on this board. And what they came forward was, we're all talking and dancing around, but it has to be done. We can say it's hard, blah, blah, blah. It has to be done. We got to this point, we have to reduce. I commend, can name them individually, but everyone on that committee for volunteering their service to us, and we better listen because they are former educators, not only here, but at the college. They know how this system works. And the last meeting, a thought process that I didn't think of that Carol kind of alluded to was the freshman academy person at the high school was focused on. And then it was brought to the committee's attention that they never said that. They said we need 100,000. The people at BMHS, if they can find it somewhere else or shift, that's fine. We just need to find the cost savings. And I think that goes for every department. And as Carol just alluded to, COLAC, 1.4 or whatever that number is, shift, move, collaborate. We're not saying cut this person or position. We are suggesting strongly moving and collaborating and sharing. And I commend this committee for the hard work, but it had to be done and said. And you guys could say it where we sometimes can't at this level. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're also we're good to go until December. That was our charge. We want to keep going with, further recommendations, especially for moving forward for how to deal with things next year. We need to make sure that whatever you decide and whatever happens, we want to sort of help monitor that, make sure it's working, and make further recommendations if they're needed, those kinds of things. So we're going to continue to meet. We're not stopping at this point. Our next meeting is the 18th of September, so we're going to keep going for a while yet. And it is a wonderful group. They are terrific people.
Very good. Dr. Garrison, you had some comments?
Sure. First of all, let me just say this is a challenging and difficult situation for the school district of Beloit. We have been having this conversation, of course, since I've taken, this charge here since November of almost 18 months ago. And so, year-over-year cuts is never easy conversation for anyone. And I think that sometimes we forget that we have made cuts, and we have made this conversation as easy as we possibly can on the many lives that we impact here in the school district of Beloit. So 10.8, now we're at almost 3.7 yet to go. One could argue in less than 18 months we've already cut over 18 million. $17 million, something like that. Okay, I'm not keeping track because at some point people need just to hear the fact that we have been doing this work, and it's a continuous work that we have to look at, minus certain funding sources that we are still yet to get here in the school district of Beloit. Now, I do believe we will get the funding that we're looking for, whether it be from a potential referendum in the future, or from possible some state help, that we've been advocating for. At the district level, especially at the state level with the superintendents across the state. We know that there's a lot of funding opportunities in our state that possibly the legislators could help us out with. However, those are some of the things that's not necessarily in our control, but we are still advocating for those opportunities. I think one of the things that that's come to light in this conversation is that our community has heard this conversation before, and it's easy to say, let's just make more cuts. Let's make more cuts. Let's see. It's like we've heard this before. This conversation has happened, and it's like a regular conversation unfortunately for our school district. And I have to be honest with you, it's not a regular conversation at all. It's not. $23 million of cuts in less than 2 years is an amazing conversation. And that's not a regular conversation at all. And so the more we have this conversation, the more determined that I become to make sure that when we are making these adjustments in our budget, that it has the least amount of impact on the people that are here right now doing the jobs that we want to serve all of our students and families here in the school district of Beloit. And I think that's a regular thing that everybody will want to see. And so my job, thank you, ad hoc committee, for your time that you all spent in this work. My job is also to bring recommendations to the board as well. And I've made the statement. I put it out publicly, and the staff and the community knows this as well. And again, these are not easy conversations yet for even me to have. But I've always made this statement, and I'm going to make it again, that I want to make sure that our students have what they need in order to be successful, period. And my job as a district administrator is to stand in that gap. And I will continue to stand in that gap as long as I possibly can, especially knowing that there's people that are coming to work on a daily basis, doing everything we possibly can for the students that we serve on a regular here in the school district of Beloit. And I take that with a lot of pride because I believe that's the space that we all, of course, in this room, including the board, right, including that hot committee, wants to see happen for our students. And so together, I still believe that this is a possible way out of this. But it won't happen unless we're all together. I've said it before, and I still say it again. At the opening convocation, that was the whole point, right? We have to do this as a team. We have to figure out what we need to do in order to be successful here in the school district of Beloit. For who? Our students, our family, our staff, our parents, our community members. This is the work that we have to do for this community, for our community, the school district of Beloit. And I truly believe that this is, again, the space that we need to keep having these conversations. Again, and it's also my job to bring a balanced budget to the board. And the board has always known this. I've done it before, and I plan on doing it again. And to have as least impact on the classroom as I possibly can. That does mean that there's going to be additional conversations, and I've had that conversation with people here in this room, as well as the school district, for again over 18 months now. And so I just want to make sure I share that sentiment. Again, it's not a space where I want to, necessarily point fingers or anything like that. But I am here to make sure that we understand the difficulties and challenges that this brings to everyone. It's not something that I don't think anyone in this room takes very lightly. Thank you.
May I say something? I don't disagree with what Dr. Garrison just said. We've made a lot of cuts, but we're at the point where they're going to go really deep. And yes, we hopefully can get some revenue and some funding sources, but I don't think that's going to help us for 24, 25. It may help us next year, but I don't think it's going to help us this year. And we can have conversations and more conversations and more conversations until we're blue in the face, and then nothing happens, and then we're faced with this huge deficit and no solutions. So yeah, conversations are definitely needed, but at some point, we have to take action. And action is kind of what is needed sooner than later.
All right. Any other comments? Otherwise, I think procedurally, we've done a good job, Carol, of presenting that to the Finance Committee. Now, we've got almost all the board members here, but really what we need to do is we need to get this officially into the hands of our admin and our full board. And one of the things that stands out is your comment of, as we review this and as administration reviews it, that thought of, if not this, then what, right? So a lot of recommendations. We know the destination, the journey to get there can be done a lot of different ways, and that's what you guys have done for the past number of weeks, are figuring out that journey on how we get there, right? So as we think about these specific line items, it's okay to say, no, not this. But then you have to follow up with, okay, but then what, right? Because we know where we need to get to. So I think from procedurally, we need to get this to the full board. Do you have a question? Please, that's Board President Johnson.
It sounds like you're wrapping up, but before you do,
Yep.
if I could ask a question of Ms. Fox and Mr. Chady. Under the COLAC staff and the reduced COLAC personnel 25%, did you guys agree on a date when the board would be presented which of those positions are being considered there?
Must have turned it off. We did not. I think sooner is better. I think the administration needs to come up with some ideas to present to the board. That now is a top-level administrative board discussion as to what that would look like. Like I said, we don't have enough knowledge of the positions and the departments and who all does what and how all that works. And so that has to be done in-house.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison?
I can respond to your question too, Mrs. Johnson. Again, although these are recommendations from the ad hoc committee, naturally, like I said, it's the school districts, my responsibility to bring you all a balanced budget as well. And so this is not, again, an easy space for us to work from. However, we will bring a balance. That is the goal, to bring a balanced budget to the board for considerations. And so these are the ad hoc's recommendations. These are not the administration's recommendations. And I think we've already made that statement very clear. So, Mrs. Johnson, just to piggyback on your thoughts, it is my responsibility to bring, of course, a balanced budget to you all, and my team will be able to, share what our thoughts are and how we can, get through this conversation, because it's true. This is year over year. On to the next deficit budget.
On to the next.
And so that's something that we have to continuously deal with here in the school district of Beloit until there's different funding opportunities that we can explore.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. I didn't ask whether or not you were going to bring a balanced budget. I asked when the board would receive these suggestions. Thank you.
So I think, again, the next step here is we need to get these recommendations. If there is an appetite from a committee member to move these recommendations for consideration to the full board, I would entertain that.
I move that we forward these recommendations from the ad hoc committee to the full board for their awareness and consideration, and that we also then send these recommendations to the administrative team as they consider balancing the budget to incorporate those that are appropriate in their eyes at the time.
We have a first. I will second. So we have a first by Board Member Schneider, second by Board Member Anderson. Any discussion, further discussion?
Yes, I have another question. So, again, thank you. Today is September the 3rd. I think our first board meeting in August was the 6th. Is that right? Mm-hmm. August 6th. And our deficit was exactly the same then as it is today. So I guess my question is, why is that? Why do we not have reduced anything in a month?
There are can I answer that question, Mr.? There are reductions that we have made. Those reductions haven't been finalized, and so that's why there hasn't been an update to the full board in those spaces. You know, Mr. Chady and I had talked about a timeline in which we have to present a balanced budget as well to the full board. And, you know, that was laid out in our previous meeting where we will backtrack that date all the way back to technically sometime in late October. And so technically a balanced budget isn't due until October. And this has been this way again for not just, you know, now because we have a deficit, but across the state. And so I think no one is putting the cart before the horse in this room. We know that we have to bring a balanced budget to the conversation. We know that we need to show that there's going to be reductions, but these things also have to be finalized and put into place before we can actually say, here's the actual reductions. And so those conversations are still being had. Those conversations we are going to be able to bring that conversation forward at a necessary time frame. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, I kind of piggyback up. That's why you haven't seen any reductions at the current point of time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All right, in that case, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all opposed? That carries. All right, thank you, Carol. We're going to move on to item 3B, consideration of property appraisals. And Mr. Chady, if you want to bring us up to speed on that.
Yeah, I would, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do that. So, as everybody's well aware, McNeil and Wright have sat empty now for a year, pretty much to the day probably. Along those lines, was it last week, within the last couple of weeks, we had another break-in vandalism incident at McNeil. Ironically, the same day that I had reached out to various appraisal companies to start the process on receiving some appraisals on some of our properties. That inquiry to the appraisal companies happened earlier in the morning. The break-in was late afternoon. Yeah, something like that. So coincidence, whatever. We reached out to a number of different appraisal companies seeking those that had experience with commercial properties, special interest properties, which is really what McNeil and Wright would be. Back up a little bit. Let me back up just a little bit here. Mr. Bricko and I met with Caldwell Banker Commercial Real Estate a number of months ago. We did a tour of both Wright, McNeil, Madison Road. And at the end of that, it was a strong suggestion from the Caldwell Banker folks that we seek out independent appraisal on the properties. Over the period of time, Mr. Bricko and I have also provided a couple of tours to various interest groups, specifically to McNeil. To be honest with you, I don't think anybody's expressed any interest with regards to Wright to us at this point in time, but we have had a couple of tours provided for interested parties with McNeil as well. One of those interested parties we'll hear about later this evening during the regular meeting. But in reaching out and speaking to commercial real estate appraisal companies, we found 2 local appraisal companies. One, L.A. Dusterbick and Associates out of Janesville, that provided quotes on 5 properties. And the 5 properties would include both Wright and McNeil, along with our Madison Road Maintenance Facility located at 1611 Madison Road. Our operations center, just a few doors down the street here on 4th Street, 1430 4th Street, along with the Colac Education Center, 1500 4th Street, the building that we're in currently. So the thought process behind all of this, quite honestly, is one, to help identify potential value of those properties. The upfront costs are relatively minor in comparison to, I think, the knowledge that we acquire that would help us with any future decisions with regards to any of the 5 properties. So the 2 local appraisal companies, L.A. Dusterbeck and Associates of Janesville and Coots Appraisal Services here in Beloit, each provided quotes that allow us the opportunity to kind of select or deselect certain properties. And as it worked out, both appraisal companies with the recommendations that are there, choosing the lowest cost provider with each. Our recommendation is that Coutts Appraisal Services be retained to perform an appraisal at Wright School, at the School District of Beloit Maintenance Shop, and also at the School District of Beloit Operations Center. Cost of those appraisals would be $5,500 in total. And then L.A. Dusterbeck and Associates would be retained to conduct the appraisal at McNeil, along with the Colac Education Center. And the total cost there for both is a combined $5,700. Both parties are, I think, kind of standing by. Simply brought this forward to the committee, one, as an educational thing to let you know, and then 2, really, I think more so is it the committee's desire to seek and to obtain appraisals beyond just McNeil and Wright, to include the maintenance facility on Madison Avenue, the operations center here on 4th Street, along with Colac on 4th Street as well.
Is this where you're asking for an opinion here, right? So
It is.
I think it's not a bad idea to get an appraisal on any of the buildings that could be impacted. Like you said, we're seeing a presentation tonight that you would need that information to make that kind of a determination. Should I stay or should I go, kind of thing. So I think it's appropriate to know the value of our buildings if we're trying to decide, should we occupy them or should we get rid of them? And then, so the one question I have is, as long as I am up here, so you took the minimum appraisal amount for each individual property.
Correct.
To come up with $11,200 in cost. And I'm just curious if, so, versus a $12,000, for example, for L.A. Dusterbeck to do all of them. So it's an $800 savings to split it up. You think there's value in having 2 different firms split up the buildings to save $800? Is that?
The way that I looked at it was, one, it does provide an overall cost savings to the district. And 2, quite honestly, it gives both of the vendors a little bit of the work. L.A. Dusterbeck, just by nature of low cost, ends up with the 2 larger properties, the 2 that probably have the highest appraisal costs. And Coutts Appraisal Services ends up with 3 properties because they were the lower bidder on those 3. So indirectly, I like this in that we're segmenting the work and giving both parties, both local companies for the most part, an opportunity to earn some business from the School District of Beloit.
Okay. Board Member Johnson. Yeah, I guess I'd open it up to any other committee members if you have any questions or comments at this time. I'm sure you'll get another kick at it, I'm sure, but if you have anything now? Nothing? Board President Johnson?
So one of my concerns with the L.A. Dusterbeck my apologies if I am mispronouncing that. So the appraisal fee is $12,000 if the fees above will not change. Fees above will not change if not all properties are selected. But then on the back, it has also the expense for these services, additional services will be billed at a flat rate of $400 per hour. This will include any traveling time to and from our office location. So is that travel time, and I'm asking this because I was on Interstate 90 yesterday, and it was a pain. It was a slow pain coming back from up north. Is this going to increase, is that cost above what they're proposing here?
No, that paragraph that you're referencing is specific to their litigation work. So that would be for anything that they would provide in those regards, which don't think we're going to need here.
Okay, anything else to add, Mr. JD, or?
No, I'm just simply seeking guidance from the committee to proceed forward with the recommendation. I did put a recommended action or motion there if that's the committee's interest.
All right. Anyone interested in making a motion, amending the recommended motion that's been presented, or making one of their own completely?
I would be glad to make the motion as written. Move to approve the property appraisals be awarded to the following vendors: Coots Appraisal Services for Wright School, 1033 Woodward Avenue; School District of Beloit Maintenance Shop, 1611 Madison Road; and School District of Beloit Operations Center, 1434th Street, for a total of $5,500. And L.A. Dusterbeck and Associates for McNeil, 1524 Frederick Street; and Colac Education Center, 1500 4th Street, for a total of $5,700.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to thank the board for that consideration. We've been talking about certain buildings in our district for, quite some time now. I'd like to thank Mr. Chady for his time that he put in as well, seeking out some of these appraisals. We, of course, Mr. Chady and myself talk a lot about this type of work here in the school district. And at some point, we have to look at all of our properties and making sure that we have all of the appraisals appropriate. This gives us that opportunity. So again, thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion, I would ask any in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, and opposed? That carries. All right, we'll move on to item 4A, next meeting date. We do not have the next Business Finance and Operations Committee meeting scheduled at this point, so that is to be determined. And next, we'll move on to item 4B, adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Moved by Board Member Nichols, seconded by Board Member Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
opposed? All right, and we are adjourned.
Schneider, welcome back. How are you?
I'm there.
Good.
Had a great trip.
Where'd you go?
Alaska.
Oh, awesome.
We booked it 2 years ago during COVID.
Yeah.
And this last month was the first time.
Folks, we will be starting the meeting in 2 minutes. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:05. I would like to call to order the Tuesday, September 3rd regular school board meeting. Ms. Shope, may I get a roll call order?
Yes. Megan Miller,
Present.
Tom Hankins,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Amy Levy, Greg Schneider,
Present.
Tia Johnson.
Present.
All members are present except Amy Levy.
Thank you. May I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
Approval of the agenda moved by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Tonight, for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have Anna and Amelia from Gaston Elementary.
Anna, who's a 5th grader. Amelia loves math. Anna loves writing. So, 2 great bandits. All right, 2. Ready? Go ahead. I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Anna and Amelia. Tonight, the board president's report I have in the form of a response to the Beloit branch of the NAACP. On August 5th, 2024, the Board of Education of the School District of Beloit received your letter expressing your organization's concerns and the request for a response. This is the response from the Board of Education. The Board of Education appreciates the relationship and collective efforts shared between the School District of Beloit and the NAACP. This relationship has been established and sustained over decades of having difficult conversations in a respectable manner. It is our hope and aim to continue this relationship in this manner. The first issue to be addressed is the board's recent decision to return to an independent hearing officer for the expulsions in the School District of Beloit. Your exact questions were, 1, how many student expulsions took place from the previous 2 calendar years that would place a burden on the board to continue in the current practice? I have some data for you. In 2021-22 school year, there were 12 expulsions, 94 administrative hearings, and, according to the City of Beloit Police Department, 61 student arrests at Beloit Memorial High School. For the 22-23 school year, there were 29 administrative hearings, 2 expulsions, and 62 student arrests at Beloit Memorial High School. These arrests were school incident-related arrests. For the 23-24 school year, there were 28 administrative hearings, 4 expulsion hearings, 3 of which had students expelled. The number of arrests for Beloit Memorial, I received the file today, and I'm still extracting the arrests from the citations. As for the 21-22 school year, the Beloit Memorial School incidents arrests included violations such as fighting, theft, trespassing, disorderly conduct, THC and drug paraphernalia possession, felony battery, and lewd and lascivious behavior. The 22-23 school year, the violations included arrests such as disorderly conduct, fighting, THC, paraphernalia possession, hit and run in the parking lot, trespassing, and child porn. For the 23-24 school year, I received the list of incidents involving an SRO at the schools for the 23-24 school year. But yet need more time to extract the arrests from the non-arrests or citations. There were, for the middle school and high school, 721 SRO-involved incidents. As for the burden on the school board members, this is a minor concern. With more board members having the ability to have input in the decision as to whether or not a student is expelled is of great concern. Having expulsions decisions made by only 4 board members of this body of 7 may lead to outcomes that may be considered unfair and unjust. The second question: if this body is going to continue to cite discipline and behavior issues within the district, what problems are going to be solved by hiring an independent hearing officer? The issues of behavior and discipline are multifaceted and multi-layered. The independent hearing officer is one facet of one layer of the full system. The board is and will be looking at making changes to improve both effectiveness and costs involving our discipline. For example, if the bottleneck of having an appropriate number of expulsions relative to the number of arrests made is at the administrative hearing level, the board may consider eliminating the independent hearing officer for administrative hearings. If the issue is a lack of sufficient staff training in the board code of conduct policies, the district may consider having more building level training sessions on how to appropriately follow the code of conduct and apply it appropriately. Again, the independent hearing officer is one of many steps to make positive changes in student behavior, student and staff safety, and positive school climate and culture. The purpose of reexamining the district's discipline procedures is to address and solve the problems of negative behaviors of students. With improved student behavior, a more secure learning environment for students and staff can be reestablished, and a reduction in the number of students and staff exiting the school district can be achieved. The third question: citing the inability of the district to pay, this board voted to cancel the 3rd year of the Restorative Justice Program. What is the plan to cover the expenses of a board expulsion officer? What effect would this direct action place on the $4 million that needs to be trimmed from the district's current budget? What funding is being reallocated to fund the board expulsion officer? The decision to return to an independent hearing officer was in part due to the responses from our staff through their school perception climate survey and recent exit interviews. Repeatedly, student behavior and lack of support were concerns expressed by staff exiting the district. The new route program was a prohibitive cost to the district. While it had restorative practices within its purpose, New Route is not the only restorative justice or restorative practice program available. Restorative practices have been used by the school district of Beloit for several years and are still a part of our approach to dealing with behaviors. Restorative practices can be applied within and along adherence to the Code of Conduct. The two are not mutually exclusive. As we begin the 24-25 school year with 24 unfilled teaching positions, a savings may be realized in the near future through retention of staff who feel supported by administration and safe in their buildings. The cost to recruit a new employee to the school district of Beloit may be anywhere from a couple to almost or over $20,000. The cost of losing students from the district is whatever the annual cost per student is for those school years the student chooses to open enroll out of the district. Those are direct associated costs of inadequate responses to behaviors. There are also unintended and indirect costs which can be pervasive and prolonged, affecting individuals and the community as a whole. For example, when students are not taught positive behaviors at home and are led to believe there is little to no consequence for bad behavior at school, they may leave the educational system believing there are no repercussions to such behaviors. This may become a burden to our police force, our social programs, our local businesses, and our community. Ultimately, what is the cost to a school district and its community when its reputation is tarnished? With collective effort, commitment to our shared interests, patience, and hard work, we can overcome anything, including reestablishing a positive perception of the school district of Beloit. We at the School District of Beloit believe all people are able to learn and deserve a well-rounded education, including social emotional learning. Our students deserve to be prepared to achieve their best possible outcomes. This includes the social expectations of good behavior. Your next topic question was, our question is, what is the status of that unnamed policy in reference to the use of gender-neutral pronouns in our board policies? This policy is being discussed at the September 4th Policy Committee meeting. As to the issue of whether the actions of the board are in direct conflict with your mission statement and policies, I encourage you to review the NAACP's vision and mission statements alongside those of the School District of Beloit. We continue to pursue the vision and mission statement of the School District of Beloit while adhering to our policies. This is our responsibility and obligation. It is our fiduciary duties to all of our constituents. For your convenience, these statements and related statements offered on each of the respective websites are attached below. It is the aim of the Board of Education to have open, honest conversations with all community organizations that wish to share their concerns, thoughts, and suggestions. We hope to continue respectable dialogue to pursue the betterment of the school district of Beloit for our students, staff, and community members. Sincerely. That brings us to our announcements and events. Mr. Hankins?
Actually, Board President Johnson, I had a quick clarifying question. If you
I'm
don't
not
mind.
taking any questions at this time, thank you.
Okay.
To my knowledge, as per Ms. Shope, I don't think there are any announcements forthcoming at this time. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Recognitions. Tonight we have recognition of WCLO, Rakuten, and Costco Logistics.
Good evening, everyone. Are there representatives from WCLO, Costco, or Rakuten tonight? I know there was some conflicts, but just want to make sure if you're in the room before I begin giving you wonderful accolades to stand up. Oh, not at this time. Okay. Well, the School District of Beloit wants to extend our deepest gratitude to WCLO Big Radio, Rakuten, and Costco Logistics. Year over year, these three organizations play a crucial role in ensuring our students and classrooms have the school supplies needed for everyone to succeed, starting right off on the first day of school. WCLO hosts Cram the Bus event with dozens of community partners collecting school and classroom supplies that filled this boardroom. They fill an entire bus. Durham offers that bus, and all of the items are brought here. The room was filled to capacity. In fact, this became school supply central upon the delivery of all those items: pencils, pens, crayons, notebooks, all the things our students need. Costco Logistics donated 192 backpacks. Yep, that's 192 backpacks. And there were some very cool backpacks as well. Lots of designs, colors. Our students were so grateful. Rakuten also donated too many school supplies for me to list them all. This is a fundraiser hosted by their employees for the benefit of our students. And this year it was especially nice because they donated actual school supply kits. So what we listed as school supplies needed at certain grade levels, Rakuten came through and donated those kits. I want to let you know that those supplies have been distributed to all of our elementary, middle, and high schools. So we thank them for their continued and incredible generosity, and we appreciate their commitment to our students, family, and district, again, as I mentioned, year over year. So we thank them for their kindness and outreach. They are truly inspiring and making a significant difference in the lives of our students and families. We're grateful for them. And again, I want to mention, for those students, and all of us were out today, first day of school, seeing those students come, and those who were receiving their backpacks right at the entry, the students could have not been more pleased. So I do have certificates for them, and we'll make sure those organizations get them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christopa. That's wonderful work that they're doing. Did you want to say something?
I just think we should give them a round of applause out there. That's all. I know they're not here to receive that applause, but as you know, this is being recorded, so they'll at least hear it. So again, thank you so much, Rakuten, of course, Costco, and WCLO for everything that they do for the school district.
Thank you. That brings us to public comment. Ms. Shope, are there any names submitted for public comment?
Yes, I have about 8 people in the room that would like to speak, and I have several emails.
Thank you. From Policy 187, speakers will be announced and invited to the podium by the board secretary. Each person will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. An individual's 3 minutes may be yielded to another individual. However, each person must complete a public comment card, indicate if speaking or yielding time, give the public comment card to the board secretary, and approach the microphone to state your first name and that the 3 minutes are being yielded to another individual. An individual may speak on behalf of a group. However, no more than 2 people may yield their time to any one speaker. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Signage, banners, or other material which impedes any person's view of the proceedings shall be relocated. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Shope, who's our first speaker tonight?
Our first speaker is Charlene.
All right, may I just begin? Okay, sorry, this is my first time doing this. All right, good evening, members of the Board of Education. My name is Charlene Hutner, and I am a school counselor at Fruzen Middle School. Recent data from the 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which our students take every year, reveals a concerning trend. Over half of Wisconsin students reported experiencing anxiety. Additionally, more than 1/3 of Wisconsin students, that's 33.7%, reported feeling sad or hopeless almost daily for over 2 weeks, an increase of 5.2 percentage points since 2019, and the highest rate since the survey began. This highlights a significant rise in mental health concerns among our students. The American School Counselor Association recommends a ratio of 1 counselor for every 250 students. Based on our current enrollment numbers, this would require at least 1 counselor, and in some cases 2, per elementary school and 2 in our middle schools, to align with national standards. I appreciate the Budget Committee's efforts to explore various cost-saving measures. I understand that we are facing a budget crisis and that cuts may be necessary. However, it is crucial to recognize that our students require robust emotional and educational support. Without student services, that's counselors, social workers, and psychologists, that would significantly impact the critical support our students need. Every member of our team plays a vital role in delivering these essential services. Therefore, I urge you to consider making budget cuts in other areas. Our students' mental health and well-being depend on it. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, I have Constance with both Jamie and Nicole yielding their time.
Okay, I hope my voice lasts. Today was the first day of school, and I used my voice quite a bit today, so fingers crossed. Good evening. My name is Constance Burrow, and I am the Hess Academy principal at Beloit Memorial High School. I am here tonight to discuss the concerns I have in regards to the proposed budget cuts that have come from the ad hoc committee. As an administrator at the high school level, I have a unique perspective in understanding how crucial the role of assistant principal, social worker, counselor, and all other support staff is. Losing any of those individuals from a school team has a direct and immediate negative impact on everyone in the school and in the community, particularly on our students and on our teachers. Expecting 3 assistant principals who are also academy principals to handle the needs of 1,400 plus students is staggering. The rationale behind dropping an entire assistant principal at our high school is that the ratio of AP to students could be 1 AP for every 500 students. Just imagine that, 1 person, 1 adult responsible for 500 students. Anyone who interacts with the youth of today can tell you that the children of 2024 are not even remotely the same as children who were brought up 10 years ago. The needs are astronomically different and greater. My day personally is filled to the brim with trying to navigate these needs. I can't count the number of hugs I dole out, even though these are high schoolers, they're still babies. The number of granola bars that end up in students' hands because they're starving all of the time. The many vent sessions that occur throughout the day, the fact that I have a lunch crew for each lunch who all have different stories to tell me and bits and pieces of their day they want to share. The multiple mediations that I perform between feuding friends, neighbors, colleagues, everything for both kids and adults, and so much more. So this is on top of family outreach. My job is not just to serve our students, but my job is also to serve our families. So just as often as I'm interacting with teenagers, I'm also meeting with families and trying to eliminate barriers, soothe frustrations, listen to concerns, and form relationships. I see the very same with our student services team. Being part of an academy system, I work closely with my academy leadership team, which consists of a counselor and social worker. They also are just as busy as I am, working with students and meeting with families. We often ask each other in passing, have you ate yet today? When was the last time you actually used the bathroom? Because it was probably 8 hours ago. You should probably do that. And I'm sorry that your hot coffee is now iced coffee. Seldom are they ever without a family or student in their offices. They're just as busy as I am, and as often as possible, we do meet to brainstorm and work together to meet the numerous needs of our students and families. This is true across all of the academies, and I've worked with the other social workers and counselors closely due to the circumstances I will outline below. Over the course of the last 2 years that I've been an administrator, I have had to learn what it is like to be one administrator to 500 plus students. My first year of administration saw our admin team limited to 2 APs for the first half of the year, when we lost 2 APs and one had to go back to the classroom to teach for an entire semester. He did lose his mind a little bit. For the second half of that year, which was the 2022-2023 school year, we were down to 3 APs. To say this was difficult was a great understatement. We were in survival mode. We weren't thriving, and nor were our students and teachers. Definitely not in the ways we should have been if we would have had a full admin team. For us, last year was identical. We lost an AP for part of the year, and were spread incredibly thin. You can ask any of our teachers, some of whom are in this room, and any of the support staff I just mentioned. We were, again, that year in survival mode. Not thriving, but surviving, again. We also have a unique responsibility at the high school of having to supervise sporting events. When it gets to the winter season, we practically live at the high school. Typically speaking, even on a full admin team, we will work 2 to 3 14-plus hour days because of sports supervision. So when I say we live at the high school in the winter, we do. And being short-staffed puts even more burnout on us, and possibly 4 to 5 days spent having those 14-plus hour days. If the decision is made to lose an AP at our building, we will be, again, in survival mode. And I keep saying that because it's true. Our students and teachers will suffer for it, as they already have. We will do our best, as we always have, as an admin staff, but trying to take on as many students as we will suddenly have, on top of 30-plus staff to evaluate per person, we will not be as successful without that support of a 4th administrator. Our responsibility list will be fuller than ever. Events, assemblies, standardized testing, more students to take care of, lots more discipline to try to work through and with, more staff to evaluate, and less time to do it all. As academy principals, our responsibility lists are so much broader. Running a school with an academy model is not simple, but it is worth it students from other districts come to us for our academy structure and for the multitude of opportunities that we offer. It is unfair to change our academy system and lose the heart of it and to lose an administrator and possibly in the future to lose essential support staff. That is an immediate and direct blow to our staff, students, and families. We are a building that has so much promise, as can be seen in how many certificates our students earn, how many college credits they leave us with, the job shadowing, the guest speakers, the field trips, and so much more. But by cutting such crucial members of our building, you'll also cut our ability to reach that full potential. If student achievement, continuous improvement, and service at the highest level are some of the tenets that we follow in this district, eliminating essential positions that help us do all of the above negates that belief entirely. So please, as you consider these proposed cuts, think of our students, staff, and community members, and think of how deeply this will negatively impact them and impact our goals for the future. We are absolutely capable of great things, but we need that help. Thank you.
Constance, excuse me. Would you go back to the mic because I have a clarifying question for you. You made a statement that I've heard before. You said the students today are way different than 10 years ago. As quickly as possible, how, and we can talk later
Absolutely.
and have a meeting, but how and why?
How and why? So before being an administrator, I was a teacher at the high school. So I have 6 years of experience as a teacher and then now on to 3 years as an administrator. And even my first year of teaching in 2016, the emotional needs that I saw then were not as great as what I saw even prior to COVID. So year by year, it seemed that kids had more mental health issues, more struggles academically, and less support. And at that time when I was teaching, we only had a single social worker and then 4 counselors. So we didn't have as much support as we actually do now for our kiddos. When it came to COVID was extraordinarily detrimental, as we know, across the country. And so our students who were so used to being surrounded by others suddenly were isolated, and they were isolated for 2 years, essentially. So those needs, the fact that Rock County has some of the highest ACE scores in the states, the unemployment, the trauma, the history, all of that adds to specifically our population of having greater needs. As shortly and concisely as I could put it.
Very, very good. I do appreciate that, and thank you, and thank every teacher in this room. Thank you for what you do. Yes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Next, I have Nicole.
All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Garrison, and members of the community here tonight. I'm Nicole Walters, a school counselor at Fruzen Middle School. I began at Fruzen in January 2022. Before I jump into the reason why I'm speaking, I would like to say that I appreciate the time dedicated by the ad hoc committee to try and find solutions for this budget. With that being said, there is a part of the proposal I cannot support, and that is cutting 8 positions in the student services area. The proposal is to cut 4 school counselors and 4 school psychologists in our district, equating to approximately $600,000. These positions that directly interact with students and families multiple times on a daily basis. On paper, that might seem like a valid and relatively easy solution to find some of the money to help balance the school district of Beloit's budget. It is not that simple. Student services is composed primarily of school social workers, school counselors, and school psychologists. Each role is unique and vital to the district, students, and families. It takes all of us working as a team to provide the best care, support, and plans to ensure that each student has the appropriate services and supports to thrive. We work tirelessly with administration, teachers, and nursing staff, family advocates, paraprofessionals to implement these interventions to help students be successful academically and emotionally. The school district of Beloit currently employs 8 school psychologists, 14 school counselors for the 10 schools that we have in our district. That would mean that they are looking to cut 4 positions in each area. So we'd have 4 school psychologists and 10 school counselors if the proposed cuts were implemented. Diving into this a little deeper, if we laid people off by seniority, that would also mean that 3 of the 4 current counselors at the middle school level would be leaving. That would create a lot of frustration, chaos, and sadness among our students, families, and colleagues. We work extremely hard to build relationships with families, and removing us and shifting us with other counselors at a different school would make it hard to keep that moving forward. I also worry about the lasting impact this will have on our students, families, and community. In our world, especially our little corner of Beloit, we have seen an increasing number of mental health challenges in our schools. I believe that it is imperative that we prioritize the well-being of our children and provide them with the necessary resources and services to support their mental health. I've observed a growing number of students struggling with anxiety, depression, suicide, and other mental health issues. These challenges can significantly impact a student's academic performance, social interactions, and overall quality of life. It is essential that our schools are equipped to address these needs and provide timely interventions. The American School Counselors Association, or ASCA, recommends 250 students to 1 counselor. I want to break that down for our district. Currently, all elementary schools have at least 250 students and 1 school counselor. We did have 1 attrition of 1 counselor that was approved on August 20th of this year. There are 4 elementary schools with a little over 400 students. The ASCA also states that the highest caseload should ever be is 400 to 1. With those guidelines, we should actually be hiring more counselors. Each middle school has 500 students, and there are 4 counselors at that level. The high school has approximately 1,400, and there are 4 counselors at that level. If we move forward with the cuts in student services, I'm unsure how the district will be able to keep up with the needs of the students. Speaking from my own experience at Fruzen, last year I helped 21 students and their families navigate significant mental health issues that required hospitalization. 21. Think about that and multiply that number by 4. Could be approximately 84 families that will not receive the same level of assistance navigating through the medical and mental health systems. I work with students who have parents that are incarcerated, that are homeless, students who are victims of abuse and neglect. They have depression, anxiety. We deal with anger management and AODA, aside from the typical preteen and teen dilemmas that come up every day. I have had students and their guardians come up to me and share that they didn't know what they would do without my help in the darkest days. My job is not over at 4 p.m. I am there late many days connecting with outside counselors, going to IEP meetings, talking with families, and laying the foundation to help these students gain confidence and hopefully self-esteem during their most crucial years. I don't take it lightly that I have them during that time. I have the opportunity to help them grow. Some days are very heavy and weigh on my mind, and I'm thankful to have my team to rely and brainstorm ideas. Sorry. They help me problem solve and remind me to practice self-care. I work hard to compartmentalize heavy stuff because I need to be that rock for my students as well as my own kids. Today is the first day of school. And let me repeat that again. It is the very first day of school. And I am here having to explain why my job should not be on the chopping block. I would much rather be at home listening to my kindergartner and my 2nd grader tell me about their day. Thank you. But this meeting was too important for me, for Fruzen, and the school district of Beloit, and my own family for me to miss. I appreciate you listening to my comments, and I encourage any of you to reach out to a member of Student Services and ask them about their job and the things that we do on a daily basis. You will see how valuable we actually are to the district. Thank you for your time.
Next, next I have James.
Hello, my name is James Hoy, and I'm one of the co-presidents of the BEA. The BEA is thankful that the board put together the ad hoc committee to investigate and propose possible budget cuts. Melissa Rohrbeck and I have participated in these committee meetings, and we've learned a great deal about the budget process and the intricacies of school budgets. I'm here tonight to address the recommendations to the board that came out of the ad hoc committee. The BEA supports the purpose and the goal of the ad hoc committee, but we voted against the package of recommendations that came forward tonight because of some serious concerns we have with some specific cuts. This does not mean that we disagree with many of the recommendations from the committee. We respect the work of the committee and appreciate being included in the process. However, our position is the cuts should be kept as far away from the classroom as possible and do not include positions that have direct student contact on a daily basis. We believe that some of the committee recommendations do this. However, some of them do not. Please keep this in mind when examining the specific recommended cuts that the committee put forward. Thank you.
Next, I have Rachel, who has Mary and Martha, both yielding their time.
Good evening. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Rachel Tiffany, and I am currently the school psychologist at Aldridge Middle School. I would like to thank the district administration and the school board for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. This school year is my 20th year as a school psychologist. Hard to believe, I know, and my 17th school year working for the school district of Beloit. During my time in Beloit, I have had the privilege of working at Hackett, Todd, Gaston, Beloit Memorial High School, and Aldridge. I have also been the department chair for the school psychologist for the past 17 years. I am here tonight to speak to you about the ad hoc committee's recommended cuts to balance the budget. These recommendations include cutting 4 school psychologists and 4 school counselor positions. Early on in my career, I realized rather quickly that many people did not understand the profession that I love, nor my job role and responsibilities. So you're a teacher? Nope. A school counselor? Not exactly. You read palms like a psychic. That would be neat, but no. A few weeks ago, Ms. Moratek presented information to the board regarding Title and AGR funds. I know that this information was appreciated by the board, so tonight, I hope to educate you on what it means to be a school psychologist. Who are school psychologists? School psychologists are uniquely qualified members of school teams that support students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. We apply expertise in mental health, learning, and behavior to help students succeed academically, socially, behaviorally, and emotionally. School psychologists partner with families, teachers, school administrators, and other professionals to create safe, healthy, and supportive learning environments that strengthen connections between home, school, and the community. In the school district of Beloit, we currently have 9 school psychologists dedicated to serving our students, families, staff, and community. Together, we have approximately 125 years of experience. I would like to thank my colleagues, Gabby Ninham Thompson, Mary Mangera, Janet Kent, Jaden Gorniak, Kyle Cargill, Liz Screama, Lisa Zaleski, and Mariah Ferry for their ongoing professionalism and continued commitment to the district. So, exactly, what do school psychologists do? School psychologists provide direct support and interventions to students, consult with teachers, families, and other school staff to improve support strategies, work with school administrators to improve school-wide practices and policies, and collaborate with community providers to coordinate needed services. I would like to highlight that the role of the school psychologist has evolved since I began my career, and it continues to evolve. I would also like to point out, as this seems to be a common misconception, that as a school psychologist, I do not only work with special education students, I work with all students in my building. In addition, as you can see, my role does not only include assessing students for special education services. While there is no typical day in the life of a school psychologist, in our buildings, you may see a school psychologist providing crisis response, such as completing a suicide risk assessment or violence risk assessment, using data to support intervention planning, for example, participating in an EMLSS or student problem-solving meeting, running an SEL small group, providing one-to-one support to a student, assessing a student for diverse learning needs, and other duties as assigned, providing bus and hallway supervision, lunch and recess duty, etc. You may also see us providing a much-needed break, wiping tears away, giving a pat on the back, and shouting words of encouragement. Just like our fellow professional educators, there are many days where lunches, prep periods, and even bathroom breaks do not exist. We are also, along with our special education teachers and related services staffs, the first ones to begin working directly with students during the COVID-19 pandemic. All students can face problems from time to time related to learning, social relationships, making difficult decisions, or managing emotions such as depression or anxiety. School psychologists help students, families, educators, and members of the community understand and resolve both long-term chronic problems and short-term issues that students may face. We understand how these issues affect learning, behavior, well-being, and student engagement. We as school psychologists are highly skilled and ready resources in the effort to ensure that all children and youth thrive in school, at home, and in life. We assist students with the skills needed to be successful in life that are not taught in a classroom or textbook. In short, school psychologists help schools to successfully improve academic achievement, promote positive behavior and mental health, support diverse learners, create safe, positive school climates, strengthen family-school partnerships, and improve school-wide assessment and accountability. To me, this sounds a lot like what the administration, Board of Education, and community have been wanting to improve in our district. If we cut student services staff, making these improvements will be even more difficult. In reading the comments and suggestions submitted to the ad hoc committee, I came across various input that directly contradicts the recommendation to cut student services staff. One person simply wrote, "Do not cut student services." Another wrote, "Keep people who have their boots on the ground." And yet another wrote, "The greatest value to the district is staff who work directly with students and support teachers." In the information provided on board docs, the ad hoc committee stated that they made this recommendation in order to streamline services and that buildings of similar size could be paired to share services. I can tell you from working at various levels and multiple buildings within our district that the size of the building does not necessarily equate to its needs. In addition, all students deserve access to school psychological services. I am thoroughly disappointed that the ad hoc committee wants to take us back in time. I was hoping for new, creative, and innovative ideas to address the district's budget crisis. When I began working in Beloit, the Student Services Department did operate this way. And while it may have worked then, I'm not convinced that it will work now to address the complex and diverse needs of our students. The students, families, staff, school climate, available resources, and community support are very different than when I started 17 years ago. The needs and challenges that students faced then are now greatly intensified. Think about learning, behavior, mental health, trauma, abuse, AODA, social media, bullying, I could go on. And as a school psychologist, I must simply ask, where's the data? What data did the ad hoc committee examine and use to propose these cuts as a viable solution? I did not see any data listed in the proposal. Number of evaluations conducted? No. Number of suicide risk assessments or violence risk assessments completed? Nope. Number of groups run, parent meetings held, or student serviced? Nada. As I often tell my team at Aldridge, we cannot make good decisions for students without thoroughly examining the data. This simply is a short-sighted recommendation. I would also like to point out that the demand for school psychologists is exceptionally strong and on the rise. The need to provide mental health and instructional support for children and youth in schools continues to grow. Currently, the profession of school psychology faces shortages of qualified school psychologists. This is not only in Wisconsin, but nationwide. A school psychologist position is a hard-to-fill position. This school year is the first school year in the last several years that we have been fully staffed. And I would like to thank Ms. Beavers, Mr. Weir, and Dr. Garrison for working hard to address this need in our district. I find it absolutely outrageous that the ad hoc committee would recommend personnel cuts of this nature for this school year. Many of us signed our contracts and committed to returning this year because of our dedication to serving the school district of Beloit students and families. To cut staff who signed contracts, some only a few weeks ago, and who choose to be here, would absolutely not be a step in the right direction to retaining dedicated and high-quality staff. In an already hard-to-fill position, once word gets out about cutting school psychologists, the school district of Beloit will never be able to recover and fill these positions. You would be sending, if you approve the ad hoc committee's recommendations, the message that our work is not valued and that we are expendable. Please do not accept the ad hoc committee's recommendation to cut student services staff, including 4 school psychologists and 4 school counselor positions. Thank you for your time.
The next person I have is Brittany.
Thank you, school board, staff, and community. My name is Brittany Keys. I am a resident of Beloit. I'm a mom of a kiddo at Todd Elementary. I'm the wife of a special ed teacher. And this is the first day of school. And I'm here, instead of being with my kiddos, talking about their first day, begging you not to cut their support staff. So I'm speaking against any funding cuts to social workers, psychologists, counselors, or support staff. Anyone who supports our children's mental health and or our families who are at risk. When it comes to funding and funding cuts, this is not the place. I served another role earlier this year as the chair of the Yes Committee, trying with everything I could to get a referendum passed. And it's because we knew if it didn't pass, we would end up in this very space, compromising critical services that support our students to achieve the success that everybody wants. I thank you all for your time and knowledge and what you bring here. I also want to challenge you that while we must be good stewards to taxpayers, that this is not a business, and that we cannot treat our school district like we are serving private investors, and that the best return on investment is investing in our students. And as you have heard here, our students need to be supported with their mental health. Families need to be supported with these services. These, as you've heard, they go above and beyond in more ways than just the classroom and just the 7 to 3:30, just their school hours. Our need in our district, I served on city council 2020 to 22. During COVID, we had, it was November 21, over 350 students identified as homeless. Our support staff was in survival mode then. Throughout the next 6 months, the number of students identified as homeless went up to over 500. I have heard that we have not gotten out of survival mode yet. We cannot cut from our support services and mental health. They are critical bridges in our safety net for our students to help achieve success. I ask that we all get very creative, from going to referendum again, seek novel electric revenue generating streams, potentially look for cuts elsewhere, or I would say even consider passing a deficit budget before you make these cuts. We cannot make these cuts from these positions and from these students. When I look at the students on my street, there are 6 families with students of elementary age, and I am the one family that is at Todd. We cannot make cuts to this because we need the support. If we want to pull families back in, we need to invest in our students and help them succeed. Thank you for my time.
Next, I have Elizabeth.
Hi, my name is Liz Screama. I'm the school psychologist from Todd Elementary. This is my second year. I am here, like many others, to give my input on why laying off 8 student services members would be a dire mistake. You are all likely focused solely on educational achievement. How can we improve our students' reading and math and increase our report card scores? So why would we prioritize student services? They don't teach reading or math. What you may not be aware of is the abundance of research that proves how providing comprehensive mental health services in schools directly leads to increased academic achievement and graduation rates. Increased student engagement and connectedness to school, decreases the need for restrictive placements, and improves school climate. The earlier mental health concerns are detected and addressed, the more likely the child is to avoid the onset and/or progression of a mental illness. Many times, signs of deteriorating mental health are noticeable in young people well before a mental illness emerges. Outside of the young person's home, schools are the most likely place where mental health concerns will be detected. If we are able to connect those suffering from mental health concerns to early intervention and treatment support, we'll be able to help our students. Mental illness is also associated with school absence, and only 1/3 of adolescents with mental illness go on to post-secondary education. As school psychologists, we love to analyze data patterns. According to one article, 1 in 5 students currently faces a mental health issue. Over 80% of incidents go untreated, and those who do receive treatment, roughly 75% of the time it's administered at school. When left untreated or undertreated, coping with the pain of mental illness can contribute to self-harm, including thoughts of suicide, which is now the second leading cause of death for young people ages 10 to 24. Wisconsin DPI Superintendent Jill Underly said in a statement that schools play a critical role in addressing mental health needs of students across the state. She says it's imperative we implement inclusive policies in our schools instead of isolating students in need. We need to invest additional mental health services in our schools and prioritize the mental well-being of our kids alongside academic achievement. It's not just that we can do better, it's that we must do better, and we have the knowledge and resources to do that. However, school psychologists' role are not limited to just mental health support. We receive 3 years of specialized advanced graduate preparation that includes coursework and practical experience relative to psychology and education. We develop knowledge and skills in data collection and analysis, assessment, progress monitoring, school-wide practices, resilience, risk factors, consultation and collaboration with teachers, academic interventions, behavioral interventions, instructional support, prevention services, crisis preparedness, family, school, community collaboration, professional ethics, and more. Last year, I utilized my advanced training in a variety of areas, including completing suicide and violence risk assessments to keep all students safe, administering cognitive and academic assessments with fidelity to pinpoint exactly where a child may need extra support. The former, that is something only school psychologists are able to do. Effectively implemented a school-wide equitable multi-level system of support in order to improve student outcomes at all levels, which included running our weekly student intervention team meetings where we discuss students and how we can best support them. Helped make sure all students with academic concerns were placed in appropriate intervention and progress monitored appropriately. Worked on the school attendance committee that helped Todd achieve the highest attendance rate in the district. Responded to countless crisis calls for students. Served on the building leadership team, helping create our goals and problem solving how we can be better each year for our students and families. Serving on the social emotional behavioral team that helped host 4th, 4th, and 5th grade Wolfpack party nights, assemblies, and helped administer the behavior screener school-wide. I served on the wellness committee where we hosted a wellness night for our families. I gave dozens of students a listening ear and a safe place to regulate. There is so much more that Student Services does that goes on behind the scenes. If school psychologists' caseloads double, their ability to do their job is greatly decreased. The role will transition to one of testing and assessment. They will no longer be able to do all of the things I mentioned. This is a disservice to the kids, staff, and community. The point is, without a full student services team in each building, things will not get better, they will get worse because of the things I mentioned will fall onto the already busy social workers and principals. There were multiple times last year that someone needed support, and all 5 of us were already dealing with another crisis. Students need support, teachers need support, families need support. You will hear a recurring theme tonight, and I hope you truly listen. These are your children, the future. The research shows that students do well when the whole child is supported. As mentioned in Beloit's strategic plan, I ask that you thoroughly examine what you would be losing if this recommendation comes to fruition. School psychologists make a positive, lasting difference in children's lives. They're a vital part of the effort to unlock each child's potential. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends a ratio of 1 school psychologist to every 500 students. And earlier it was stated, if you're going to say don't cut this, then you better say what can be cut in its place, and that's not my job. My job is to come each and every day and help these children succeed. Your job is to do your due diligence and think what would be best for the kids. Dig deeper, do more research, find the money to cut elsewhere. Thank you.
Next, I have Susan.
Hi, excuse me. I am Susan Adams, the Action Chair for the League of Women Voters of Beloit. I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters Beloit tonight. We had spoken up before in support of holding the school district referendum in November, when more people will be voting. We were very disappointed and very disheartened when the board decided 4-3 at the 11th hour on a Saturday morning to wait until the spring to ask us to vote. Now that I've heard the public comments from the student services, I'm even more confused as to why we're waiting to go to a referendum. I know it's too late now, but clearly we need this referendum to pass as soon as possible, not wait until the spring. And there really was no stated reasoning behind it that I could see in the paper anyway. And it reminds us of another of our points that we made earlier on June 16, which was that this board rushes to make decisions without fully considering the pros and cons of its actions. At the listening session held earlier this summer, many of us spoke in favor of holding discussion sessions rather than future listening sessions or relying on public comments at meetings, so that we could receive answers to our questions right away to improve two-way communication. One meeting was held on August 1st, but no meetings have been held since. This was not what the public asked for. We asked for multiple sessions. We don't want you to forget the assurance made by President Tia Johnson when she said that she'd work with the communications department on ways to make sure that the superintendent and the board get in front of more diverse groups for future sessions. It's very good that 5 of the 7 board members came to that meeting in August, but we need more meetings, and we need them now that school's back in session and people are done with vacations. We need a variety of people to come. And we need the board members to show up. And if they cannot come, we need to know that they will be at least reading people's comments. Hopefully, this information sharing between people talking will lead to less misinformation out there on social media. As I'm sure most of us would agree, social media is not the best place to receive one's information. Thank you.
The last person I have in the room is Whitney.
Hello, my name is Whitney Klein. I'm a born and raised Beloit resident and proud Burge, Converse, McNeil, and Beloit Memorial High School alumni. This will be my 5th year as a school social worker at Todd Elementary School. I've also been a Lady Lancer and Aldridge Warriors soccer and volleyball coach. I'm now the Beloit Memorial High School girls varsity soccer coach, one of the 3 NVCI certified instructors in the district, and as of recently a proud Beloit homeowner, intentionally purchased within a 10-minute walking radius to Todd, my place of employment. I would like to address and advocate for taking into consideration the impact and role of our student services and the role that they have in our district. As many of you have already heard most of this at this point, but according to DPI, social workers are recommended to have a 1 to 250 student ratio and a 1 to 50 student ratio when serving students with intensive needs. This past year alone, my school had over 51 McKinney-Vento students, otherwise known as unhoused students, though we know that this number is much larger. We provided over 60 families, not just students, so that's about over 100 students with holiday gifts, over 50 families with Thanksgiving baskets from everything from dessert to turkey to sides, all of it. Over 60 students with brand new with tags winter coats, and regularly served weekly over 60 families in our student services run market that provides full groceries, similar to a grocery store. We have multiple fridges and freezers, all completely free to anyone who has a student in the district. This does not reference the amount of clothing, school supplies, toiletries we help provide, or the amount of SIT attendance, EMLSS, IEP meetings, recess duties, student check-ins, small groups, countless interventions, extracurricular organizations, mentor and volunteer, coordinating, city planning and organizing and advocacy, and so much more that we do. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this to have you feel sorry for all of the work that we do. I absolutely love my job and it's my passion, and I was very passionate to come back to Beloit after grad school because I wanted to give back to the community that raised me. My point is to show the magnitude that we have in our buildings and how many families we serve on a daily basis. It was previously suggested that elementary and middle school student services should be split at 2 schools. In a situation like mine and many others, that would mean serving anywhere from 750 to 1,000 students, when I just referenced that the recommended ratio from DPI would be 1 to 50 students for social workers particularly. One of my largest roles includes responding to trauma and crisis scenarios and case managing our McKinney-Vento students. I cannot plan when their crises or emergencies come and occur, and if I'm at one school but it's happening in another, then that family has nowhere to stay for the night. That's something that I would not want to live with on my hands. I cannot be in 5 places at once. I do pride myself on the relationships I have with my students and families, as well as the level of professional care and service I provide. And I know the negative impact adapting this change would bring to them, and they do as well. And if you were to talk to any of the families I serve, specifically my 50 McKinney-Vento students, they would let you know that as well. Serving 1,000 students when my recommended ratio would be 50 would prohibit me from managing the level of care I provide that my families deserve. We know that these families and students can fall through the cracks, and I take that very serious. They are on my caseload, and I make sure that I do everything above and beyond. I've had mattresses strapped to the tops of my car. I do whatever I can. If there's a need, I go above and beyond and I fill it, because we look at the whole child, especially at Todd, but with our student services team specifically as well. It's common knowledge that the social work profession, as well as student services as a whole, has one of the highest burnout rates with one of the highest caseloads of all careers. Many of us here, they might not be living from Beloit, but they choose to commute to Beloit with some of the highest, numbers that we could look at statistically. And telling them at the first day of school that this is something they might have to take into consideration of finding another job when they already choose to commute and dedicate their time to our families is a huge disservice. So I'm here before you today because I want to urge you to keep this in mind as you make decisions that will have long impacts for our staff, community, families, and students. I'm passionate about this work. I'm passionate about the future of our students, the school district, and the city. I just want to advocate that we do what we can to ensure that those who are here and who have been here for so long and for the right reasons do not become left in the dust and left with too heavy of a load to carry. We at Todd and in our entire student services cohort take pride in serving the whole child and know that we as a team would not be able to serve to the level that we do without one another, and cutting one could be detrimental to every single one of our students in our buildings. Thank you for your time.
The first email that I have is from Brittany. Hi there. I just learned that my daughter's school, Hackett, could be hugely affected by a proposal of getting rid of counselors, psych positions, assistant principals, and maybe even specials. First, I am flabbergasted this is even an option brought up. Why are we taking away resources for the kids and possibly even their creative breaks? I'm disgusted and disappointed to even have to write this. And if I didn't have a husband who works too late, and 3 children, I would be at the meeting Tuesday to say this out loud. Maybe I should show up with the kids and have them tell you how much these people at Hackett mean to them. My family personally has utilized and benefited from our assistant principal, psych positions, and social workers at Hackett. My oldest daughter has had some struggles with behavior and learning, and this team at Hackett has a never stopped listening, supporting, and helping me with her. We have worked together for years, literally K through 3rd grade currently, to get her the help and support she has needed. It's still a process, but I know and feel completely confident that they won't stop until it's completely resolved. These folks don't just work at the building. They change the scenery there. They set the mood, the vibe, and the kids will literally love them all. When we see them in public, it's like Christmas. The kids get giddy saying hi and catching up. The comfort level with these people is huge, too. That says a lot. They don't think less of anyone. They don't think they're better or smarter than anyone. Even though they're very smart, obviously, they don't use it as a weapon to put down, but a gift for using it for questions, concerns, to be answered appropriately and effectively. I just cannot say enough about these people. I cannot express the heartbreak and disappointment and honestly the disarray that would occur instantly without these important roles filled in our school. I'm scared to even think about not having art, music, etc. in our schools, the heartbreak my daughters would have, the tears they would shed, the anger they would feel, the confusion. Why would you even think to do that to children? Do you not realize how stressful school can be for kids even at a young age? The pressure. We live in a world where the stigmas and the environment is so obscured that these kids feel so much at so young, and it's no one's fault, but just the human race as a whole. It's not the teacher's fault. It's not the educators, the principals, the social workers, etc. It's just how we all function these days, or are supposed to function. And without a mental break using creativeness, these kids could start to shut down in ways you don't want to deal with. Frankly, you wouldn't deal with it either. But you took away who could, so now what? Creativeness, art, I'm sorry. This is written really small. Art and music, for example, are natural tools for dopamine. Creating a picture, listening to music, the sensory skills and benefits they provide are incredible. As an adult, I run to music to help feel what I need to feel. Empty loads off my shoulders, help my heart and head clear. Maybe it helps to get our anger I was holding in. Maybe it makes me cry to release sadness or stress. Maybe it pumps me up for the day. Maybe it brings a smile to my face after a rough morning. And what about adult coloring books? What a hit these days, right? So if adults are being pushed to relax and color and be creative, why are we stopping kids? Let's not forget the teachers use these breaks while the kids are at specials to prepare for lessons, or maybe even take a break themselves to resume themselves for the rest of the day. At any normal 9 to 5 broad example, you get at least 2 breaks and a lunch. I'm not a teacher, but I can bet they don't get that. If they do, it's not used as a break. These teachers at Hackett love those kids, love their jobs. They are fully dedicated to teaching and loving and showing the kids they are capable of success. We should have a goal of taking care of our teachers so they take care of our kids. So why take away more of their time to care, plan properly for the kids? I want to ask you, have you watched an art class recently, a music class? Have you seen how many kids react when they see their art or music teacher? If your answer is no, then I ask you to go check it out. These folks, I can only speak for Hackett, but are literally lights to the building. They light up when they see the kids, when they talk about what the kids will be learning. They handle the kids in ways that are so positive and creative, it's mind-blowing. And the kids genuinely love them. They run to them, they hug them, they jump up and down when talking to them to share something or ask what about SNES. I may be rambling, I may be another parent or just some other kids in the district, but for me to spend my Sunday morning writing this so that I can hopefully help save my dear folks at Hackett, then I will. When I was asked to protest, I didn't hesitate. I have slept well or felt haven't slept well or felt well since. I cannot imagine my kids being at school without major resources and specials. Are we trying to run more families out of the district? Are we trying to dogpile more kids to less buildings? What are we doing here with this? Saving money for what?
Ms. Schopp?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we're over 6 minutes on this one.
Okay.
Is there much more?
Like 4 more sentences.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You want me to keep going? Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm out of line. Maybe I don't have the information on why these proposals are arising. And honestly, what else could it be? As a mother of 3 and a stepmother of 1, I will do nothing less than fight for my kids' futures. And yes, it starts with 1 grade. It starts with 4K. It starts with 6th grade. It never ends. We want a better world, a better America, but we're destroying that possibility by ripping any major keys from our kids' school. I'm sorry. I would say sorry for such a tangent, but I'm not sorry, and we'll continue until my kids get what they deserve, what the fine folks at Hackett who work day in and day out for my kids get.
Mrs. Johnson, point of clarity, just for sake of the policy, if we go over to 3 minutes, if someone in the room would yield their time, then we can continue, and so that won't feel like we're, of course, just want to make sure we follow the policy based off of what we have here. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is from Sarah. She's a teacher in the school district. I've been devoted and dedicated teacher to all of our students since December 2014. These recent budgetary cuts have me massively concerned about the negative impacts we will all be facing. When there's talk of eliminating the assistant principal position for all schools under 500 student population, there can be nothing positive coming from it. Elementary schools cannot operate effectively nor efficiently without the proper and adequate administration. Assistant principals and principals work cohesively together to ensure all of the students are safe each day and receiving the education they're entitled to. Administration teams at schools work tirelessly together to build relationships with our most vulnerable students, provide insight to families about educating their children, provide a listening ear for the staff, and so much more. What can happen when the student services teams are on a budget proposal for cutting? Supporting academic and SEB interventions through data collection, analysis, consultation, and direct service, students would undoubtedly fail to meet expectations and negative behaviors would continue to escalate. Running small groups, a safe space that students may only find within a school, would be extremely difficult to manage. Drafting behavior intervention plans, who would this fall on? Student services staff are especially trained on how to write these plans, and educators rely on these in-depth plans as guidance to meet all student needs. Helping create visual cues, tools, resources for students struggling with mental health behavior, running check-in, check-outs. These are pathways that many of our high-needs students use to help keep them regulated throughout the day. Pushing into classrooms to support behavior and help facilitate restorative conversations and SEB lessons. As an educator, I know how powerful these lessons are for the students. Having the students hear these important life lessons from multiple different avenues and experiences can only benefit them. These are just a few of the shortcomings that will be upon us as a district if those budgetary shortages are carried out. It is very concerning, and I'm urging all of you to stop into our elementary school and just take a seat in the office, in the principal's office, or take a walk with them around the building, because let's be honest, these people are hardly ever in their offices due to the high needs of our students across the board, and these people are at the forefront of it all. These changes are not aligned with my school's theme this year. Our theme this year is Go for the Gold. It will be very difficult to go for the gold when we could be missing essential teammates. Thank you for your time and your strong consideration in this matter. The next email is from Lori. My name is Lori. This will be my 18th year as a school social worker in the school district of Beloit, and I'm writing to express my significant concerns regarding the proposal to cut 4 school psychologists and 4 school counselor positions from the district. While I understand STB needs to make some difficult decisions in order to balance our budget, I firmly believe that these cuts would have a serious negative impact on our district and ultimately the students and families we serve. My colleague, Jaden, compiled multiple sources of data that demonstrate the importance of having a fully staffed student services team in every elementary building. Her letter will go through all of the data in detail, so I will not repeat it. Instead, I would like to write from the perspective of an elementary school social worker and discuss how cuts to student services would affect my job and my ability to serve students and families. Last school year was the hardest year of my career. I have gone through a lot of upheaval, change, and anxiety in the last 17 years of my career in the district, but nothing compared to how hard last year was. Students have changed since COVID. They are lacking in self-regulated skills, social skills, and are functioning differently than students prior to COVID. I've always had to intervene with inappropriate student behaviors at school, which is normal in my role. Children have to learn how to get along, solve problems, and regulate their emotions. Last year was different, however. The reconfiguration, open teaching positions, and the way that COVID affected children's development created an extremely difficult year for student behaviors. Responding to those behaviors took up a significant amount of time for the principal, assistant principal, school psychologist, school counselor, and myself. I often felt like I could not complete my school social work job duties related to providing resources for students and families because I was spending too much time helping with students who were disrupting the learning of themselves and others. If the school counselor position was cut, the school psychologist position was split between buildings, and the AP position was cut, there's absolutely no way I would be able to do a good job providing our students and families with resources Based on last year's data, 81% of the students at Hackett qualify for free and reduced lunch. Hackett is considered a high poverty school by the state, so the majority of the students and families would benefit from my services. If I have to take on the duties of the school counselor and half the duties of the school psychologist, I will not have an adequate amount of time to help students and families in poverty. Thank you for taking the time to consider the information presented in this email. I will not be able to read my email for public comment at the board meeting tomorrow, but the following SDB staff are willing to yield their 3 minutes for my comment if need be. The next comment is from Shanae, and she has Sarah giving 3 minutes for her. My name is Shanae, and this will be my 8th year as a school counselor and my 6th year with the School District of Beloit. I am writing to express significant concerns regarding the proposal to cut 4 school psychologist positions and 4 school counselor positions from the district. While I understand SDB needs to make some difficult decisions in order to balance the budget, I firmly believe that these cuts would have a serious negative impact on our district and ultimately the students and families we serve. Personally, I am a consistent presence for students and staff. Students know me by name, or at least by face. Not only do the students know me, but within the first couple weeks of school, I know all of the students by first name and can say hello to them at any given moment. This very small thing makes a huge impact on a child, and the only other people in the school that know so many students on the same level are the student service teams and the admin team. This makes a noticeable difference when there are situations in which we have to redirect students or have conversations about sensitive topics, for example. We all know the importance of building relationships with students. Spreading student services staff across multiple buildings would greatly reduce our ability to build relationships, which in turn would limit the impact of our work. I have worked as a split school counselor before, and I didn't feel like I knew any of the students. I was constantly busy with catching up from all the days I would miss from the buildings and never really got to have small group counseling lessons, push in classroom time, or just serve my students in the way school counselors are supposed to. I would not recommend that to any school or district. I would like to reiterate that it is also very important to bring up that SDB has communicated greatly the desire to retain dedicated, high-quality staff, dedicated, highly qualified staff. Most student services staff I know rarely take a full 30-minute duty-free lunch. We also rarely actually take a designated prep period. We all take some degree of work home or stay after hours to complete it. For myself and for multiple other student services staff I know, last year was the most challenging school year for our careers. There were large-scale changes in the district, like the reconfiguration that led to major changes in the makeup of students and staff at each building. When there are major changes, there are usually increases in behaviors of students, which we certainly saw at Hackett. On top of that, most buildings were not fully staffed for the entire school year. Everyone was and still is doing more than their job, but Many of us signed our contracts and committed to returning this year because of our dedication to serving the SDB students and families. To cut staff who signed contracts and chose to be here after the toughest year of their career would absolutely not be a step in the right direction to retaining dedicated and highly qualified staff. Not only would it send the opposite message, but it would send the message that our work is not valued and that we are expendable. I consider myself a deeply loyal and dedicated person. I have been nothing but happy and fulfilled while working at Hackett Elementary, serving Beloit students and watching them grow. It was my vision to stay at Hackett as long as possible because I love it that much. I know cuts need to be made somewhere, but to hear the possibility that it may be myself and or some of the most unwavering and steadfast people I've ever met breaks my heart. But specifically and more importantly, it hurts to think that these students will be losing the more valuable resources and people that love them in a world where those are so limited. Sincerely, Shanae. The next comment is from Alexandra. I began working in the school district of Beloit in 2015 at Beloit Learning Academy. I left when COVID started to pursue what I thought was a better opportunity in a neighboring district. I knew right away that I'd made the wrong decision. I returned back to SDB in 2021 because I missed the students in Beloit, their families, and the community. I have since worked at Cunningham, BLA, and now at BMHS. I have been a school counselor for 13 years. In the last 2 years alone, I have made over 20 outside counseling referrals where students and their families were successfully connected to outside resources. I have completed over 15 violence risk assessments to ensure that students and staff in our buildings were safe. I have completed more than 10 suicide risk assessments. During this time, I have met with over 500 students to provide personal, social, academic, and career support. During my time as a counselor, I have lost students to suicide as well as family members. I have lost students to gun violence. I have had students being sex trafficked and abused by people who are supposed to protect them. I have made many amazing connections with students and their families in the SDB during this time. If you decide to cut 4 counselors, the results will be frightening, especially for our most vulnerable students. Those students who cannot afford outside counseling services, those students who don't have transportation to get to a counseling agency, or maybe those students who need a safe person to talk to about what is going on in their lives, or maybe just the student who doesn't have any friends and eats lunch with their school counselor every day. Mental illness is a thief of someone you used to know, a thief of a sweet little boy who used to smile from ear to ear, but then one day tells you he wants to kill himself. His life was too much and he would rather just be dead. A little boy who used to play with trains and his eyes lit up when the bus drove past the house or if we could catch a glimpse of a bulldozer at a local construction site, but now he is quiet, his door is shut most of the time, and he hates his life. How do I know this? He is my son. Without counseling and support, he may not be where he is today. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, 49.5% of U.S. adults adolescents aged 13 to 18 have a mental disorder. Of those with the mental disorder, 22.2% have severe impairment or distress. This will only get worse by cutting counselors. Students cannot succeed academically if their mental health is not in a good place. Please consider our students, those who didn't think their lives mattered, those who didn't think they could graduate, those who didn't think they could go to college. This is about them. The next one is from Kelly. I'm writing this email as I'm not available to attend the board meeting on September 3rd. It is my understanding that the recommendation of the ad hoc committee will be discussed, reviewed. It is also my understanding that the recommendation includes the reduction of 4 counselors and 4 psychologists. I would like to acknowledge my professional and personal history as a foundation for my comments. I have worked within many sectors that have been affiliated with the school district for my 34-plus year career. I have worked for Rock County Human Services and Juvenile Justice for 13 years. I have worked with districts throughout Rock County with many years working directly with the school district of Beloit. I've been employed as a school counselor for 16 years, 14 of which were in the school district of Beloit, working in many buildings. For the past 5 years, I've been employed as a mental health therapist, psychotherapist for a local clinic in Beloit. In my role in this clinic as the practice manager, I oversee school-based mental health services for our clinic in 10 area school districts in and around Rock County. While I have been full-time as a therapist for the last 5 years, I have worked as a therapist for the past 12-plus years. I have lived in Beloit for the past 34-plus years. I'm a parent of a graduate of the school district of Beloit, and I'm a homeowner in the city of Beloit. I understand the need to balance the budget. I understand that there are many complexities with public school finance. I understand the need for quality education for our students and children of this community. I understand the impact that a failing school district has on property values. I also understand the impact of cutting 4 counselors and 4 psychologists from the buildings within the school district. Do you know 41.8% of the Wisconsinites aged 12 to 17 who have depression did not receive any care in the last year? In Wisconsin, 888 lives were lost to suicide, and 231,000 adults had thoughts of suicide in the last year. 6% of Wisconsin students seriously considered suicide in the previous year. 52.2% of students surveyed reported significant problems with anxiety, and 80.5% of students who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual said they have anxiety challenges. My question to the Board of Education, as you ponder the recommendations, who are the individuals who are going to assist the students and staff when they are struggling? Who is trained in the buildings to recognize that a mental health emergency is happening? Who's going to be able to work with the parents to help obtain services? Who else in the buildings know about insurance and process at area clinics to get a client started in services? The answer to these questions is the same: school counselors, school psychologists, and school social workers. Do you know that many area agencies are on a wait list or have a significant period of time for services to begin? Do you know that some agencies only have repeat appointments monthly? The clinic in which I work has 27 therapists on staff. All schedules are always full. Did I mention that many individuals with mental health issues do not obtain services in the community? The one constant place that they can get the help they need is in school. Do you know that when students disrupt the learning environment, it is often a result of their mental health? Do you know that when a child has a trauma history, including living in chronic poverty, it impacts their behavior, which in turn impacts the classroom and school? For a child to learn to be successful, they have to be taught skills that they are missing. This skill doesn't come in the form of academics. Special education services certainly try to touch upon these skills. Unfortunately, there are also not enough special education teachers and paraeducators to meet the needs of these students. Student services staff is then relied on to meet the deficits, including with those students who are not identified special education. The district has attempted to address behaviors with changes in the responses to behavioral difficulties in the building. Unfortunately, this has not solve the problem. Behaviors are out of control. So the next step to consider, get rid of the staff that are trained to manage behavioral concerns, especially those created out of trauma. It is my belief that the district has many avenues to attempt to balance the budget without reducing essential staff. The district is already short-staffed in the area of student services. It is my hope that the Board of Education will recognize the value of these services and will not follow the recommendation of a reduction of counselors or psychologists. Okay, the next one is from Heidi. My name is Heidi. I'm a school counselor at Aldrich, as well as the school district department chair for school counselors. I'm submitting public comments regarding concerns I have about the proposed cuts to school counselors and school psychologists. I'm not sure why these groups were targeted specifically. However, I feel that cuts in these areas will directly impact struggling students as well as classroom teachers in a negative way. One school counselor FTE has already been cut prior to this school year starting. I know that my role within the school can be confusing for some, so I want to give you an overview of what I do at Aldrich. At the middle school level, I work to support students academically, socially, and emotionally. I also frequently meet with parents and guardians to help coordinate outside services to create support plans within the school. I often meet with students individually when they are struggling, run Tier 3 small groups focusing on skill building in the behavioral and/or social emotional areas, case manage identified 504 plans, assess students for suicidal ideation and planning, case manage violence risk assessments, complete functional behavioral assessments for regular education students, write and case manage behavior intervention plans for regular education students, support academic and career planning, coordinate care for students working with outside agencies or who may be returning from hospitalization, and support our school social worker with attendance monitoring and supporting students in getting to school on a regular basis. I'm also a member of our EMLSS team that supports students who are significantly struggling with academics and/or behavior. My concern is that cutting 4 counselors and 4 psychologists would greatly diminish the services we are able to offer our students. Those students would have nowhere to go for support on a regular basis to learn and practice coping skills that will help reduce anxiety, depression, and negative behaviors. Last school year, for example, Aldridge completed approximately 40 suicide risk assessments and 27 violence risk assessment determinations, many of which I case managed. If we reduce student services staff FTE, then those responsibilities would be divided among fewer student services staff. This would cause us to shift from a prevention model to a reaction model, which our school district has been diligently working towards in the past several years. Suicide risk assessments and violence risk assessments are just a couple of examples regarding how time towards teaching skills will be greatly limited if we reduce counselors and psychologists. If we are unable to support struggling students on a regular basis, then those issues would have to be managed by the classroom teachers. Unfortunately, our classroom teachers already feel overloaded. This concerns me in terms of staff retention and the future goals of the school district of Beloit. I ask that you please thoughtfully consider the impact of any proposed cuts before you vote on a plan that will greatly impact both our students and staff. Thank you for your time tonight. Next, I have one from Ava. My name is Ava. This will be my 23rd year as a school counselor and 11th year with Beloit. My husband and I were both Purple Knights, as were both of our parents. We pride ourselves on being Beloit natives and former Purple Knights. As proud Beloiters, we enroll our child to the school district of Beloit, even though we live in the Turner School District, which is unheard of. If you know, you know. I, as many, have significant concerns about the recommendation to cut 8 support staff. I believe most people are unaware of what student services actually do. In my experience, when people don't know what someone does, they assume that they do nothing. In case you're one of those people who don't know exactly what we do, here's a brief overview. We are the ones who fill in anytime, anywhere, and for anything. We're the ones who are called to a crisis to de-escalate the situation. We provide evaluations and conduct on EMLSS and SIT processes. We provide mental health services. We respond to grief and trauma in our buildings. We provide needed items, food, toiletries, clothes, coats, beds, diapers, school supplies, Christmas gifts, Thanksgiving baskets, gas cards, you name it. We advocate for our families' rights. We arrange the reading volunteers to work one-on-one with your students. We fight for accessible busing and transportation. We case manage our unhoused students. We run groups to help our students regulate their emotions and build social schools. We work to improve attendance. We collect, analyze, prepare social, emotional, and behavioral data and interventions. We're called to help for potty accidents. We teach guidance and safety lessons in the classroom. We help our students get into doctor and dentist appointments and receive insurance and state aid. We get our families heat on in the winter, and on and on. When I first started with the district, I was the only full-time support staff at my building. There was a principal, a part-time psychologist, and myself. It was unmanageable. The district saw the importance of having fully staffed buildings, adding APs, psychs, counselors, and social workers at all elementary buildings. With the cut of support staff, classrooms will become unmanageable. Teachers will become overwhelmed. Behaviors will rise, and as a result, children will not learn. In turn, test scores will drop and people will pull their children out of the district. Our children, families, and community deserve better than this. So this person had an email with an attachment, so. His name is Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your consideration of my opinions and recommendations on this matter. I am a full-time resident of the city of Beloit with a profound and abiding interest in the quality of education provided our school-age population by our public schools. I also have a special interest in the educational, emotional, and related support provided by our social workers, psychologists, and counselors to our students with special needs, the most vulnerable children in our student body. This group of special needs professionals has the training and experience to provide a type of care that even the best academic school employee cannot provide. The group of professionals about which I am concerned also is uniquely qualified to provide the particular type of care, nurturing, and guidance I address here. If not provided, or if diminished in time or quality, this necessarily will diminish the effectiveness of our able academic staff to provide academic learning, because it will leave them powerless to compensate for the loss of this essential support for this needy group from social workers, psychologists, and counselors. I also emphasize that the parents of these needy students cannot adequately provide this needed support. Indeed, in some cases, parents do not fully understand this special need of their children. They are overwhelmed by the home environment or, because of the need to enter the paid workforce, lack the time to address these special needs or to pay for professionals who can do so. Lastly, if our special needs students are not provided the necessary type, amount, or quality of care they need, the Board of Education will have failed to provide all students with an equal academic education. Thank you for your consideration. Next, I hope I'm saying this right, Antasia. I'm writing this email due to some concerns that I have about termination of certain staff and services. As a former employee of SDB, I know firsthand the extreme need for social services such as counselors, social workers, and psychologists in our schools. There are many students who rely on these services for their well-being. These staff members may be the only support that students have. Secondly, the termination of assistant principals is one of the worst cuts that could be made. The main principal would be stretched extremely thin if all of their support is gone. I understand the need to budget cut, but there has to be cuts that can be made in other areas. As a parent of a student in this district, my concern is that been more pressing. I want to make sure my child is receiving the support and education she needs in order to succeed. She will not be able to succeed with such drastic cuts. I absolutely love my school. The school my child attends, and all of the staff at Hackett, but cutting these staff members would potentially make me look into other schools for my child's needs. I hope this email reaches the personnel staff and is received respectfully. Thank you for taking the time to read this. The next one is from WT. To whom it may concern, I'm writing in regards to the proposed cuts to any of the student services currently available to our student body. It feels like pulling any funding or availability of these valuable services from the most vulnerable of our student body is negligent at the least, especially in a post-COVID era. Without these programs, many families will go without help, many without the means to seek adequate services in the private sector. In order to meet the responsibilities of our school district, the responsibilities to all of the students represented in our district, regardless of any special needs or circumstances, we can't in good conscience move forward. Thank you for your time. Sincerely concerned parent, alumni, and active community member, WT. The next one is from Carla. Dear School Board, in looking at potential budget cuts for the School District of Beloit, I plead with you not to cut any pupil services staff. These staff members, who are already spread much too thin, are extremely integral in all aspects of student life. They work directly with our students who have the highest needs and are extremely important in properly identifying students with special needs. Please do what you can to save these staff members in our schools. Thank you. And, okay, this one is from Jaden, and Jaden has 2 people yielding time, Jessica and Leslie. My name is Jaden. This will be my 13th year as a school psychologist and my 9th year with the School District of Beloit. I'm writing to express significant concerns regarding the proposal to cut 4 school psychologist positions and 4 school counselor positions from the district. While I understand the SDB needs to make some difficult decisions in order to balance our budget, I firmly believe that these cuts would have a serious negative impact on our district and ultimately the students and families we serve. I have compiled multiple sources of data presented below that demonstrates the importance of having a fully staffed student services team in every elementary building, a psychologist, a school counselor, a social worker. Nationwide, our children are experiencing high levels of mental health needs. The following information was reported by the Center for Disease Control. 1 in 6 U.S. children aged 2 to 8 years, which is 17.4%, have a diagnosed mental, behavioral, or developmental disorder. Behavior problems are more common among children aged 6 to 11 years than younger or older children. While these concerns are prevalent, many students lack treatment. For example, nearly 8 in 10 children, 78.1% with depression, receive treatment. About 6 in 10 children with anxiety receive treatment, and a little more than 5 in 10 children with behavior disorders receive treatment. Furthermore, according to the National Institute of Health, a study conducted by the Health Resources and Services Administration showed that between 2016 and 2020, the number of children ages 3 to 17 years diagnosed with depression grew by 27%. Nearly 20% of children and young people ages 3 and 17 in the United States have a mental, emotional, developmental, or behavioral disorder. The Surgeon General's advisory on protecting young mental health outlined a series of recommendations to improve youth mental health across 11 sectors. One of these recommendations includes supporting the mental health of children and youth in educational, community, and childcare settings, and expand and support the early childhood and education workforce. This data clearly shows the importance of the mental health expertise that student services staff bring to the educational setting. Our families face many barriers to receiving mental health treatment, but at the very least, a well-staffed student services team can provide some mental health support within the educational setting. I also believe that data gathered specifically from Hackett demonstrates a compelling need to maintain our current level of student services staffing. In the 23-24 school year, 11% of Hackett students attended less than 75% of the time. The average attendance rate was 89.5%. This shows that many students are not attending at a rate that leads to academic success. Student services staff play a heavy role in attempting to remove attendance barriers for families by making phone calls to families with attendance concerns to show concern and offer support, providing community resources that may help eliminate barriers for families, setting up attendance incentive plans for students capable of getting themselves to school, disseminating information about the importance of attendance to staff and families, building relationships with students who may be experiencing anxiety or other emotional difficulties that lead to reduced attendance, etc. The SABRS was used as a social emotional behavior screener in the fall and winter for students in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th grade. In the fall of 2023, 14 students were identified as high risk and 43 were identified as some risk on the SABRS. In the winter, 10 students were identified as high risk and 33 students were identified as some risk. Instead of the SABRS, 4th grade participated in a pilot screener using SEL Web. In the fall, there were 3 students whose scores were within the well below average range and 12 students in the below average range on the SEL Web screener. In the winter, 5 students were within the well below average range and 14 within the below average range. As of 5/15/24, Hackett students received a total of 687 office disciplinary referrals throughout the 23-24 school year. The highest number of referrals, 27%, came from fifth grade students, which suggests that adding older grade levels to the elementary school buildings increases the need for staff with behavioral expertise who can provide support within the building. 28 students demonstrated significant behavioral needs that resulted in receiving 7 or more ODRs throughout the school year. As a Hackett Building Student Services team, we analyzed data and collaborated with the school staff and parents to serve over 50 students in need of Tier 2 or Tier 3 social emotional behavior interventions. This included conducting functional behavior assessments, developing behavioral intervention plans, running small groups, designing systems for structured breaks, developing check-in, check-out plans, and creating visual cues, behavior charts, and other tools. Each member of our student services team also provided push-in support to multiple classrooms in order to model or support running restorative circles, lead class-wide social skills lessons based on identified concerns, and model how to address challenging behaviors in the moment. On any given day, each of our student services staff would also often spend several hours responding to in-the-moment social, emotional, and/or behavioral needs. Below are some specific examples of work I contributed to my building in the 23-24 school year. I case managed 22 initial special ed evaluations. Initial evaluations could take an estimated 20 to 30 hours per eval when considering the amount of parent contact that is required, testing, including interviews, behavior rating scales, observations, and direct assessments with the student, reporting, writing, and meeting time. I participated in 10 special education reevaluations that were initiated to consider a different area of impairment. Reevaluations to consider different areas of impairment typically include heavy testing, report writing, and consultation with special education staff. I would estimate roughly 10 to 15 hours were spent on each of these reevaluations. I scheduled, collected data, and facilitated student intervention teams SIT meetings for roughly 60 students throughout the school year. About 10 of these students only required one meeting, but the rest required between 2 to 4 SIT meetings throughout the year. SIT meetings typically take up roughly 4 hours a week. This only includes time in the actual meetings and not time preparing for the meetings or following up with staff and families afterwards. I scheduled and facilitated our building's Equitable multi-level systems of support, EMLSS meetings. These meetings typically took about 1.5 hours per week. In these meetings, the team analyzed district testing data, classroom performance, and Tier 2 progress monitoring data in order to examine the effectiveness of our core instruction and Tier 2 intervention, as well as identify students who needed Tier 3 intervention. We had 35 students participate in Tier 3 reading interventions and 14 students participate in Tier 3 math intervention. As the school psychologist, I'm responsible for monitoring whether weekly progress monitoring data is collected with fidelity, and I lead discussions around the data to make decisions about student needs. Of the students in Tier 3 reading, there was sufficient data to refer 19 students for initial special education evaluations or reevaluations to consider another area of impairment. There are 14 students who demonstrated enough progress to be dismissed to a less intensive intervention, and 2 students need to be dismissed due to significant attendance concerns after multiple efforts to involve the families and increase their attendance. Of the 14 Tier 3 math students, 4 demonstrated enough progress to be dismissed to a lower level of intervention. There were 3 students who were referred for initial special education evaluation or reevaluation to consider another area of impairment, and 7 were recommended to participate in a new Tier 3 intervention for the 24-25 school year. I believe this data supports that our EMLSS team led to students getting the services they needed to either make sufficient progress or to collect enough data to support a special education. I completed 7 suicide risk assessments. Depending on the nature of the concern, these assessments took anywhere from 20 minutes to 2 hours. All required follow-up with the student's parents and follow-up with the student to ensure safety. I case managed 2 violence risk assessments. VRAs require a deep dive into data. For example, attendance, discipline, IEP, 504 evals, behavior plans, sit notes, academic performance, collaborating with required VRA team members, interviewing students, staff, and/or parents, writing up results, and follow-up meetings 4 to 6 weeks after the initial VRA. It is also important to note that school psychologists do much more than support the building level. Given our advanced training in mental health, learning, and behavior, we have knowledge and experience that is necessary for systems change. Some examples of things the school psychologists have done for the district include.
Michelle,
Yep.
I'm sorry, that is the 9 minutes.
Okay.
That was allotted for the reading.
Okay. Can I read just the very last sentence that says, I know the district has difficult decisions to make, so I truly appreciate your time and consideration for the information presented.
Thank you.
And I believe, yes, that's it. I did have one that came in too late for comment. It came in after 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Shope. Give your voice a break here. That brings us to the superintendent report.
So, out of respect for everyone's time, and again, I first want to say it's the first day of school, and I can tell you in visiting all the schools today, there's a natural happiness that only comes when we have the first day of school. So, again, I want to first say thank you to all of the wonderful families for entrusting us with their children's daily education. I will say that although we have many challenges and opportunities in the school district, I know that many of us look forward to every school year working together towards a common goal, ensuring that all of our students are reaching their fullest potential. To all of our students, we appreciate you. I know sometimes we forget to say that to our students. I know we truly appreciate them for everything that they bring to the school district of Beloit, and hopefully they felt that excitement from all of us today. As a real bad dad joke, I want to say Happy New Year. No? Okay. That felt tremendously bad in the room. But most of you in the room got it. And I say that very kindly. Again, happy school year. Happy school year, of course. Happy New Year to the schools across the district, to all of our staff that played a huge part in making this possible, to this first day being so wonderfully made for everyone. I want to say thank you for that. To the school board, this is like the time where I get super excited because, again, we're in that first day of school, and I know your services at times goes unnoticed, and I want to say thank you for your service. I know that based off of all of the public comment that came tonight, I want to let everyone in this room know that I truly believe that myself and this school board will do everything we possibly can to ensure that we can secure the funding that we need for our school district moving forward. And I'm not just saying that very kindly because, of course, they are sitting up here with me, but I truly believe that we are here to do everything we possibly can to secure the funding that we need for our school district moving forward. Listen, I could go on and on. I really, truly can. But I really want to say thank you to, of course, not only that central office, to administration, to everybody who made the first day of school, Hess, the cooks. I mean, I can go on and on, right? To make this first day of school such a highly successful day for everyone. I was in every building today, and I can promise you this, the excitement and the joy that you see on the first day of school can, again, only happen in schools, right? I mean, I truly believe that. And I know that that excitement will continue throughout the rest of the school year. It goes without saying that, I get a little choked up when I say this, but I think we are here for a reason. All of us are here for a reason. All of us are here for a reason. And I truly believe that it's to impact everyone that we touch in education. And so from the bottom of my heart to the entire school district, I just would like to say thank you, and thank you for your service. Again, only teachers, only people who work in schools really understand how we do this every day, and we just get up and we keep doing it, right? And I want to say thank you for that stick-to-itiveness that comes with this job. And I know we together and we'll be a much better school district moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. That brings us to Business Operations and Finance Committee report. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so the Business Operations and Finance Committee met earlier this evening. I'll take just 30 to 45 minutes to recap that. Thank you. We went over the July financials. Mr. Shady went through those very nicely. Those will be on the consent agenda tonight. We talked about getting appraisals on some of our buildings. We'll hear more about that tonight as well on our facilities update. And then we had a presentation from a little group. You might have heard of our ad hoc committee sharing their recommendations. So it's been a busy night, and so thank everybody for showing up and the ones that have been here through that committee as well. So that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The Clean School Bus Program Award.
Yeah, good evening. With us this evening, we've got a couple of gentlemen that are partners with the School District of Beloit in our Clean School Bus Program Award. Those being Rick Kloss. Rick is the Senior Vice President of Operations for National Express, otherwise the parent company of our local Durham School Services, and Scott Harrison. Scott's the Manager of Fleet Solutions for Highland Electric Fleets. The board and the public may recall that back in late May, the School District of Beloit was awarded about $8.7 million to participate in this Clean School Bus Program. Those funds would be used to purchase up to 25 electric school buses and the related charging infrastructure. So from really early June through last month, the partners have been meeting, strategizing, trying to formulate the plan for how we can launch the Clean School Bus Program here for the School District of Beloit. So I think with that, I will do the present stuff, and I'll let Rick and Scott handle the presentation. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Bob. I'm Rick Klaus. I'm the Senior Vice President of Operations for Durham School Services in the Midwest. We're going to talk a little bit about the grant we got, our partnership. You all know us. Durham's been here for over 10 years, taking the kids to school. Why we partnered with Highland, and Highland will talk a lot about the details of the program, and then I'll talk about facility choices that we have at hand. So, you know, you guys know us. We've been here for a while. Why did Durham choose Highland, and who are they? You know, when electric school busing took off, we had a choice as a company. Do we hire our own staff and build it up from the ground up, or do we find someone that's already up and running, simple, we could hire, team with, partner with, and that has already the expertise that our company didn't have as this began exploding. So we partnered with Highland. It's simple for us. These guys are amazing at funding grants. I mean, they carried the heavy load in us getting this grant from the federal government for $8.7 million. And then we have a similar scope as Highland. We both operate in over 30 states. So, you know, it really fit for us. So, you know, Durham is still going to run the buses, do the routing, hire the drivers, the bus monitors. That's all on us, you know, talking to parents, school people. That's all on us. You know, where Highland is going to do the procurement of the buses, all of the work on the charging infrastructure, as well as working with the electric utility to make sure that we have the right power supply at the right cost to charge up the buses. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott, and he can get into some more of the details.
Thanks so much, Rick. First off, just want to thank the Board of Education and Mr. Chatty for having me here tonight. My name is Scott Harrison, Midwest Manager, Fleet Solutions. Do you mind if I actually steal the computer? I just can't read this guy right here. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of background on who Highland is, what we were able to do, helping you guys secure this grant. Actually a rebate, not a grant, so it'll be specific there. So a little bit of background on Highland, more specifics on the grant. Just a quick refresher on the benefits of EV school buses and why we're even interested in them. And then I'm going to hand it back over to Rick to talk about some of the work we've done so far. We were out on site in June looking at potential locations to locate a depot. So as Rick mentioned, so Highland Electric Fleets is basically Durham School Services electrification wing. That's kind of how you can think about it. We are our own company and we operate our own projects across the country, but we don't actually drive any of the buses that we own. And so we're natural partners. So we do all the electrification stuff. Durham does the same quality student transportation that you guys are used to. Oh. Arrows, okay. So just a visual breakdown of how our responsibilities are divided. So fueling, which in this case would be electricity, maintenance, vehicle ops, those things are all still covered by Durham School Services. Highland takes on all of the new complexity because it is what we're good at and what we do. So that's EV training for drivers and mechanics, installation of the charging stations, planning, permitting, charger management. We help with both existing incentives that we've already procured, so all of that federal grant reporting stuff, and then also future grants and incentives as well we help you guys apply for. So I'm going to jump through this just quick in the spirit of time, but a couple I want to touch on here. So why we want to go electric, why we think it benefits the community. Two things that I think are really important. One, driver satisfaction that I think people don't touch on a lot, but drivers love these EV buses. And there's a real driver shortage across the nation right now. And we see in our fleets that when we deploy EV buses, it really helps with driver retention and it helps with driver satisfaction. Another thing is sort of improved academic performance. And it's a hard metric to quantify, but these buses are so quiet. The students come to school, they get dropped off, they're a lot calmer. They're not yelling over a loud diesel engine. They get to school and then they're ready to start learning. And we think that's one of the real benefits of the technology. A couple more details on health impacts. So, EV buses have been linked to 8% less absenteeism, 16% reduction in inhalation of air pollutants, air molecules, NOx, and then a 7% reduction in student asthma. So we think those are some pretty fantastic benefits. Key takeaway is these buses can help make your students healthier and they can help make them learn more effectively. Make sure you're going to jump over this one. And this is getting into the actual rebate that we helped apply for. So what it's called is the EPA Clean School Bus Program. There are going to be 5 rounds of this program. We helped the school district Beloit apply for round 3, which is a rebate program. And like we mentioned before, so you guys were awarded funding for 25 buses. 21 of those are standard type C buses and 4 of those are special needs buses with lifts. So they're sort of a funding discretion there. So the standard buses get $345,000 per bus. The buses with lifts get an extra $20K adder. So that's $365,000 for a total of $8.7 million. Now it does need to be accepted in sort of increments of bus. So if for some reason you didn't want to deploy all 25, you couldn't recycle that funding and boost your funding amount. And the eligible expenses, I think that's the next slide. Yeah, so I want to go quickly over what the eligible expenses are. So that's the depot, the EVSE, which is the chargers, and then the buses themselves. The reality is this funding is going to go all towards the bus itself. These buses are quite expensive, which is why this funding is available for them. And so based on the prices we see in the market, basically all of that funding will go to offset that purchase price of the bus. A quick timeline. So we are up against a little bit of a deadline here. The EPA wants purchase orders to be placed for these vehicles November 29th of this fall. So that's not that far away, given that it's the first day of school in September. So we have a lot of work to do to get you guys everything you need to be able to feel comfortable with a decision around that timeline. But Rick and I will certainly be working hard to provide all that information. Thus far, So we've done preliminary design work. We've looked at bus OEMs, charger OEMs, route feasibility. We've done with Durham project cost estimation. We're sort of in the final stages of, and then we're still working on all these things in yellow. So on the Highland Durham side, that's route selection, ensuring utility feasibility, so working with the local electrical utility to make sure we have the necessary capacity for a project of this size. And then kind of the key item would be submitting POs to the EPA once we have a fully designed project, should you guys decide to pursue it. And then sort of things on the school district Beloit side that we're going to talk about, or I'm going to hand back to Rick. So approval of the site location, that's a really big piece, and there are some concerns there, and we have a couple options. And then working to amend the current Durham School Services contract to include electric vehicles. So I'm going to hand it back over to Rick, and I think we'll have plenty of time for questions. I think I got through that fairly efficiently.
Good job. Right here. There we go. Okay, so we have to make a decision about the facility. This is our current facility over on Manchester Street. It might be a little bit hard to see, but there's a creek behind us, which puts us in the floodplain. And that's not good with electricity and batteries. Any science teachers here? You probably know that. So it would be pretty expensive to build the infrastructure up above the ground. It's also pretty tight to the facility that we have and that we rent to add all these charging stations, right? Because they need a charging station. So we've looked at some other options. One of the nice things about what we've worked with Bob on is maybe the school district of Beloit can provide the facilities that we need. And we'll talk about those options. One nice thing about that, we don't have to pay rent. So we can provide that credit back to the district and help offset any of these costs that might come from electrification. If the school district of Beloit provides the facilities, you know, you're not stuck with Durham for a long time, right? It gives you flexibility to not be married to us forever, if you know, that's what we want, but, you know, you may not want that. And there's additional revenue opportunities that could come from at least one of the potential properties that we could talk about. So one of those is McNeil Intermediate School. It might be hard to see here, but it's closed, right? That you've got a lot of options with that facility. One is on the right-hand side of the picture, the north side of the building. That parking lot could be expanded. We could put our fleet there, okay? There's plenty of room. If you want to think about crazy, wild, great stuff, there's a big field back there. You could put solar panels back there, charge the buses from that, work with the utility company. That could be a source of revenue to the district, and what is really just vacant land right now. But we would still need a maintenance facility, and kitty corner to McNeil is the Madison Road Maintenance Facility that the district has some maintenance folks at. That could be provided to Durham for our offices and maintenance. Again, providing some of that rent offset. We wouldn't need to rent the facility that we have. And then the maintenance folks that are at Madison could move to the right building. I probably can't get into the benefits of that as much as Bob, but there's some upside to that as well for the maintenance team. So we talked a little bit about these benefits, right? McNeil is there. It's got the space. You could expand it. The right building is centrally located for the maintenance team, which could help them. The rent offset, and then it's really a better situation for us than being in the floodplain and where we're at now. Not that we couldn't do it, but it would probably cost some money we don't want. We, as in all of us, don't want to spend. Alternatively, right, that's our building on top. Like I said, we could do it there. Right next to the Madison Road facility, there's and Dollar Tree store. There's a vacant lot. When we printed this, we hadn't talked to them. We've talked to them. It's available. The district could buy that lot for parking. There's probably, if we needed a little bit extra room, where that dollar store is, they don't use a fraction of the parking there. So there is possibly room right next to Madison Street that could turn into a solution rather than using McNeil. So there are some options there. In the deck, there's a bunch of other data we didn't want to, walk through tonight and ad nauseum for you, but we thought the board might want to see or have some questions. You can read through that, and I guess at that point, we could take any questions that you might have or concerns.
Thank you. Tom, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I got a couple. And thank you very much for the presentation. Highland, before EV, what did Highland do?
Yeah, so Highland is actually a solely EV transportation company. Our sole market is EV school buses. We're the largest provider of electric school buses in the country. I'm guessing you're going to ask when we were founded, 2018.
Okay.
So a little bit of time now, but we have a pretty good track record. We currently operate the largest single EV school bus project in the nation with Montgomery County Public Schools in Maryland. They're the 6th largest school district, and we've electrified a third of their 1,200 bus fleet. And that's our biggest project. So
Okay, thank you. With our Beloit School District, and we do have a declining enrollment, and we get married to these buses, and with that, I heard the word rebate. So is the district buy these things and then we apply for a rebate? And then do we own those, or how does that work with?
Yeah, it's a great question. So under this model, Highland would actually own the vehicles. So takes the risk of sort of a new technology off the district's plate and off Durham's plate. So that is our business model. We own these assets.
Mm-hmm.
The EPA stipulates that they have to serve the district for at least 5 years. So you would have to run them for at least 5 years. So that's the short answer there.
Well,
Let
the
me-
rebate part.
Yeah, so go ahead.
I just want to add one thing about flexibility. It's up to 25 buses.
Okay.
We don't have to do all 25. We run 31 buses a day right now for a school district of Beloit. So there's room there for some declining
Okay.
enrollment.
Yeah, on the rebate piece. So
Yes.
you have a couple options, right? So Highland actually applied for this grant on your behalf. So as part of the deal, right, we're getting 25 buses from the EPA. We have to scrap 25 diesel buses. So Highland and Durham are working to do that. Should we move ahead with the project? You guys, the award is serving the district. So if you wanted to do this completely on your own, not have any involvement, you would purchase those buses, submit the PO, and you would get reimbursed for that, presumably in between the time when the PO was placed and when you'd actually have to pay.
Okay, thank you. And then the infrastructure, let's say we find a suitable property within our district, which would come rent-free. The infrastructure, I think I heard you say that you are responsible for the infrastructure.
Yeah, so we would be providing all the upfront capital costs for the infrastructure.
We pay for the electricity, the district does?
Highland pays for the electricity. It would be part of the contract price, correct, with Durham.
So I mean the electricity bill, the monthly or whatever it is?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we would have we have a contract with School District of Beloit. That's not going to change very much, right? We'll have the contract with Highland for all this other stuff, right? So we charge the district per bus per day to run a school bus, basically, right? That's going to stay the same, right? That we're charging you per bus per day. There's, changes around the margins of that, how that could end up being, what that price per bus per day is, depending on the site we choose. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of trying to finalize that cost. But the goal is to try to keep it cost neutral to the district. You're really on the hook that 5 years the buses have to stay here in the district.
So, just teach me. So, besides the benefit of going green, the cost savings will come to you guys, not so much to us, per se? Or does it get to us down the line?
The reality of electric busing is it costs more than diesel buses right now. And that's why it's a rebate, right? And not just a full-on grant. But the critical piece for us, if you provide a facility, I don't have to rent my building, and that's where you don't have to spend more money to get the benefits of electric buses, right?
Which leads me to our contract with you, if it runs out, who owns said equipment stuff on that property of the district?
Yeah, so Highland owns the charging stations themselves, and so if you decided you didn't want to continue using electric buses and whatever that contract time period is, you know, we could take those and you could go back to diesel buses, or we could take those, or you could buy them and you could run your own diesel fleet, or have a new operator come in or something like that.
Thank you.
That's really why we did it, because you keep partnering with Highland, because these buses are going to last 10 years, maybe longer, right? But our contracts are typically 5 years. So, you may not want to lock us in for 10 years, right? Not many districts do. But it gives you that flexibility as a procurement entity on your vendors, right?
But the buses go with Highland.
The buses go with Highland, but Highland could theoretically, if
I mean, if
Durham
we
went-
got rid of.
Married to Durham.
Highland could stay.
Yeah.
Right, but if we get rid of Durham, Highland still has the buses.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I really enjoyed looking through the appendices and the full presentation, so thank you for that. Just generally speaking, I don't have a lot of questions. I thought it was very comprehensive. I would just say that I think it's incredibly forward-thinking, and I am personally excited and supportive of this idea. I think not only is it potentially good, obviously for all of the health reasons that you described, but I think that it sets a really good precedent for where our city needs to go in general. I know the specific piece is not necessarily functioning to accumulate major cost savings over time, but there are sorry, I can't speak tonight. There are other school districts that have done things like with solar and other green initiatives that have saved just tremendously down the line, that have allowed districts to save money, give out bonuses, and retain and hire other teachers. And I'm just really excited to see that this is the direction that we're heading. So I wanted to thank you and our administration. To my colleagues, I have a child-related situation, so I'm going to step out, but I will be participating virtually if that's all right with everybody. Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate that the drivers do like them because they're quiet and the kids don't have to yell over each other. And it just makes the whole experience on the bus that much better.
Well, and if you don't mind me jumping in, I am an EV owner now, and I will attest to the fact that it's a fabulous purchase. I'm really happy with it. And honestly, I don't have to feel guilty sitting in the pickup lines because all those little kiddos and the people who are in the walking line don't have to breathe my fumes and things like that. So yeah, I just really wanted to appreciate that point.
Board Member Nichols?
Yes, thank you, Board President Johnson. Couple questions. Number one, back to your current location by the creek. When was the last time it flooded?
It's like a 100-year floodplain, so it has not flooded.
Okay.
But we'd still have to elevate
Oh, I
everything
understand.
just
Okay.
because it's there.
I got you.
So
Yeah.
low risk, but at the end of the day, we still got to do it.
Okay. You just said buses last 10 years. Is that EV and diesel? Is there any difference?
I think there aren't really many 10-year-old EV buses, so it's kind of a question, right? How long? But, our diesel buses, we run them 10, 12, up to 15 years, okay?
Okay.
But they require a lot of maintenance. There's, it's a internal combustion engine, there's oil, there's all kinds of moving parts. These are so much more simple. The part that we're in Wisconsin, there's going to be rust on the bus, just the same, whether it's diesel or electric, so your bodies are going to give out at some point. And then the battery packs at some point will need to be repurposed and new battery pack brought in, and some of that's kind of yet to be known.
So you don't know how long the battery pack will last at this point?
Do you want to take
I can
that
jump in. Yeah, so Our contracts across the country are generally in the 10 to 15 year range. Our company is not 15 years old, so we have not run a bus for 15 years. But in our agreement to Durham, we're basically guaranteeing that battery pack for the lifetime of our contract. So whether we're contracted with you for some period of time or Durham, Highland is the one taking the risk on that battery technology. So if that battery goes out in an out of warranty period, we're going to be the ones replacing it. It's not going to be Durham. It's not going to be the district who's responsible for that cost.
Okay. Rick, another question. So how many electric fleets are you running right now across the room?
Good question. It's growing every year. I think right now we probably have maybe 8 or 10 districts with them, and then a bunch that are at this stage going through the grants from this round 3.
What area are most of those 8 or 10 districts that you're using?
Mostly out east.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people wonder, will they work in the winter, right?
That was going to be the next question.
Right. No,
because I've seen issues. So
this is a quick map of, these are Highlands active projects, active or being built right now projects. So they don't include basically districts that Durham works with independent of us. But you can see we have a cluster in the Northeast, up in Massachusetts, Vermont. It gets pretty cold up there. We have 2 projects in Michigan, maybe equivalent temperature. And we have one going in up in Red Lake, Minnesota, was just commissioned a week ago. I'm from Minnesota. I can tell you it's routinely negative 40 up there. Those buses are stored indoors, so maybe not the best equivalent comparison, but certainly we do have some in cold places. And if I jump back, I think we have a nice picture of a bus in the snow up here operating in Beverly. That's one of our EV buses on the road.
Okay. Beverly.
Driven most of
Beverly,
this.
Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, most of this is driven by regulation. So a lot of the states out, Pennsylvania, New York, California are passing laws. Illinois is working on it, where at a certain date and time, all new buses have to be electric.
Right.
Right. And so you'll see, since that's not happening right here in Wisconsin, you don't see as many people jumping on it as you do in some of the states that have already passed regulations requiring it to happen.
Gotcha. Okay. I think, okay, so you can't give us a cost range, a cost operate range, with various.
Right now, we're still very much working on that, and it is site dependent. So locking down a site is going to influence that. Once we know that information, I think we'll be able to generate,
No, we will.
We will be able to generate how that will look in pretty short order. So that is probably the most important immediate step.
Well, yeah, I would agree. So, what kind of timeline are you talking about, since we have to make a decision by the end of November, which is sooner than you think?
Ideally, we would be able to isolate a site, by the end of September, I think, to have, you guys be able to make an educated decision in October and November.
Correct. Okay. Well, and Bob, Mr. Chady, this comes to you, though. So when will we have these appraisals on the properties? Because I think that we need to have that my opinion doesn't reflect that of the board, but my opinion is we need to have that before we make this.
Yeah, so we will certainly be in contact with the appraisal companies tomorrow morning, issue a purchase order for those services. My folder's back there. If I recall correctly, I think there was like a 3-week or so turn time.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it does somewhat align. Keep in mind, the appraisal on McNeil will give you a value for the physical structure and the acreage. Really, Durham needs access to that parking lot and perhaps to 2 or 3 classrooms for some of their driver meetings and stuff. They won't need the entire facility. So lots of details to work through there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you, gentlemen. It's intriguing, that's for sure. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
Board Member Anderson?
Okay, so bear with me on a couple of questions. I'm gonna say some things, and if I say something wrong, just jump right in, interrupt me, and correct me. So the district doesn't own any school buses today, and if we go forward with this, the school district still doesn't own any buses.
Correct.
If a school bus tomorrow breaks down and Rick's got to buy another diesel school bus, we don't care. If an electric bus breaks down and you got to get a new one, we don't care, right? So the fact that there's an $8 million rebate, it could be a $100 million rebate because we're not paying for buses, we're not getting the rebates for the buses, it's just the contract price. We have a contract price now based on a full diesel fleet. We'll have a contract if we do that based on a EV fleet. So it's really just the contract price. So what's gonna change is, do we want to be in the real estate business to house the fleet? Because we're still not paying for the electricity, we're not paying for the infrastructure, but we're going to be renting real estate. And is that a risk we want to take on, right? So I think again, with what Board Member Nichols said, the appraised value is going to be meaningful and then what is a diesel contract with Durham on their existing facility? What does that look like, and what does an EV one look like on Durham's facility versus an EV one on our facility, right? Some of those variable choices, and I know why it doesn't make sense to have it on your site, and I agree. But it doesn't have to be one of our sites either. There's some potential benefits to it. But yeah, we don't quite know enough, but I like the presentation. I think there's benefits to it, but there's, I think, I'd like to see some feedback from other districts that were early adopters, because I'm sure they haven't all gone smoothly. So
You're correct. They have not all gone smoothly. That's actually why our company was founded, trying to make these deployments successful, because the technology was there, it just was not being implemented very well, and it was going really poorly. And so that's our whole thing, is solving the complexity around electrification and taking that off the district's plate, operators' plate, so you guys can get the benefits, deliver students to school, which is the part that matters, and we can handle all the electrification stuff.
And I will add, there's a district to our northeast by about 45 minutes, the Palmyra Eagle School District, that has moved to electrified school buses as well. I believe they're currently running a fleet of 9, if I recall correctly, though it might be 7, it's kind of in that range. I believe that they've been running that for about 2 years now. So district-owned fleet, district-run fleet, they bought the buses, they own the buses, they did all of that. So you're talking, I understand the risk reward, they want kind of all in, but they're within driving distance. We can certainly go and see and be more than happy to arrange that for those that have interest.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Any other board members? Board Member Schneider?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this project for a variety of reasons. I know the question came up about the ability of buses to operate within snow. That's true. I used to own... Cold. Okay, cold. I used to own a hybrid. I never had any trouble with that. In fact, I had more issues with a gas-powered car starting in the winter than I did the electric. The issue that I had was, in order to increase the gas mileage, they decreased the weight so much on the vehicle that it didn't have enough weight on the road to get it up a slight hill. That's not going to be the case with a school bus. That's large, that is heavy. Cold has not been an impact with anybody that's owned an electric vehicle that I'm aware of. And I've talked with people who live in Canada and in Alaska, and they've never had trouble with their electric vehicles there.
As a company that runs 15,000 diesel buses, they are a nightmare in the winter, in the cold to start. So it's gonna, we have to have crews there all night. When it's minus, 0 degrees, minus 10, minus 20, we have people there all night, turning the buses on, turning them off, turning them on, turning them off, all night. We won't have to do that. So that's part of the offset that we see. The diesels are just a nightmare in the cold, so,
Right.
one or the other, take your pick.
And the other big advantage that I see is the savings in the environment. the decrease of the amount of pollution that we put into the environment, especially when we look at the high level of contaminants in the air in Beloit due to the gas-powered power plants just north of the city. Even with EPA level sensors, we're still listed as a highly polluted air pollution community because of those power plants. And anything that we can do to begin to reduce some of those pollutants in the air dramatically begin just impact the health of the students in our district.
In fact, when you add that factory fire just south of here, and the air quality that came, the smoke blew up here, right? Was that last year? Yeah. Beloit is one of the worst air quality indexes in the country. I think some of that was just because of that fire, but you're right. Even without that, the air quality here could use a boost. Yeah.
Dr. Garrison, what's your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, first of all, when this came to us about over a year ago now, we were excited. Naturally, as a school district, we thought, why not go for it and see what happens? And lo and behold, we were awarded, I believe, the second largest award in the state, I believe. And so, with that being stated, I look at these things, as an opportunity. There are still some questions that we have to get, figured out. But I did want to bring this to the board for, at that first go at it, the first hear about it. We had to gather some time and gather more information once the reward was given to us. And again, like I'm clearly hearing, there's some additional questions that we'll need to, of course, get figured out, and we will get those figured out and bring that back to the board with, some considerable responses. At the end of the day, of course, the board is set to, of course, we have to make a decision around if this is going to be a go for us. And naturally, as a school district, we have to make some other decisions around facilities, space, and that type of thing. In the midst of possible referendums and things that we need to do here in our school district, these could be some of those things that we add to the conversation. Naturally, there's been conversations about the ops division moving over to a different space. Naturally, when you talk about doing relocation, there's going to be costs associated with that from us, right? And those are the referendum questions that could possibly come up for consideration. And again, my goal is, of course, lay this out a little early for the board to consider. And as we work through some of these questions, we'll gather more information and then be able to make a unified decision that can better, impact the rest of our school district. So again, I want to say thank you to our partners. This is a three-way partnership. And so school district, Highland Electric Free Durham, again, we all kind of came together for this to kind of come to fruition. And so I would like to thank you all for your partnership and, of course, your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to the 2023-24 facilities in review. No more.
Right here? Should be. All right. Does everybody need to get up and stretch? Okay, speaking of facilities. Oh, no problem, no. Not at all. So speaking of facilities, what the heck is going on in facilities? I can tell you quite a bit. Right, Emily? Yes. So I thought this would be an opportune time to just kind of educate folks on where we're at on a lot of the major capital projects that have gone underway over the last 2 years, and just bring the district up to speed on where those projects are, what we've done in the past year since I've been here. So without further ado, I'll get going on the presentation. So first here, I wanted to kind of give a high-level overview of, since I started back in August of last year, of how many work orders have came through our system throughout our facilities. And actually, when putting this presentation together a couple of weeks ago, and looking at these numbers, it's actually closer to 4,000 work orders that have come from across our facilities, stemming from multiple areas of the trades there: maintenance, custodial, HVAC, locksmith. So, I wanted to also take this opportunity and thank, because in a lot of times, as you probably heard me in other presentations mention, this can be a very thankless job that the facilities, the custodians go through day to day. It can be rare when you're acknowledged. Typically, we are only acknowledged when things go wrong, right? The other 98% of the times that things are going right, plumbing's working, lights are turning on. Nobody kind of stands up and applauds you on that. So giving a shout out to my team, Scott, Terrence, Dan, Dakota, Zach, Jeremy, Tyrone, Blake, Greg, Anthony, Mitch, Sao, Ken, Kevin, Gary, Montrell, and Christy Kaufman. And of course, our entire HES team for the work that they do to keep our buildings running, clean. I was out and about in all the buildings today, and they look great. So very proud of the work that they've done to bring our buildings to where they're at. So last year, folks remember that we moved Even Start to Cunningham. So in the fall of 2023, SDB Facilities relocated Even Start from Brother Dutton to the lower C Wing section of the former Cunningham Intermediate School. As a result of ending that lease with Brother Dutton, the district and taxpayers saved a total of $33,000 in annual savings. This kind of came on the curtails of the entire district reconfiguration, and in a tight turnaround, we managed to do that by October. So again, shout out to the team, the maintenance team, for refurbishing that section, which included a lot of plumbing, lighting, and HVAC work. And in addition, we contracted with Gilbank Construction to provide the updates to that first floor girls' bathroom. So good job on that team there. All right, so next, everyone has probably seen this slide. For folks who need a refresher, this was the facilities assessment report that was produced by EUA Architects in Findorf alongside School District of Beloit last year. We presented this to the board, so believe it or not, this is actually a year-old report. But we utilized this report, dove into the data here, and leveraged this as sort of a blueprint and a guide to determine where our priorities are on our building maintenance needs. So along those lines, using that report, diving in, we looked at Hackett Elementary School. They scored a 1.67 on a Likert scale of 5, deeming it the most critical in need in the district for their roofing sections A and B to be replaced. In November of '23, we partnered with Apex Consulting and put the Hackett roofing project out to bid. And then again, on March 5th, 2024, the School District of Beloit voted unanimously to approve the summer 2024 Hackett roofing project, sections A and B, for $477,351. The project was awarded, materials were awarded to Roofers Mark, and then the labor was Pioneer Roofing, pulling out of Fund 10 to fund this project. The team began the work on sections A and B and wrapped up ahead of schedule in mid-July, and the project did come on budget. So kudos to Pioneer Roofing and the team at Hackett for being flexible as we work to provide this space. And on the subject too of providing or considering green energy as we move forward in a district, presenting an opportune time here with brand new roofing sections if we wanted to look at, possibly having solar power installed in our districts. This would be, I think, a good school to focus on launching that initiative. Retrofitting Jacobson Field Stadium lighting to LED. For folks who were at home games last year, y'all realize that this was sort of an eyesore to have your lights go out mid-game. So for folks that don't know what I'm talking about, we had approximately 40-year-old fixtures and ballasts on the existing poles, and as a result, several home games, lights went out, so that resulted in us having to rent the backup diesel floodlights on the field. Again, an eyesore for the district. So presenting to the board in January, an RFP was sent out to 3 local contractors to retrofit the existing lighting at Jacobson to LED. February 6th, the school board approved the proposal submitted by Diamond Lighting, not to exceed $195K. Funding again was derived out of Fund 10. The project was completed ahead of schedule in mid-June and came in on budget. And we do look forward to providing BMHS with new, reliable, energy-efficient lighting for the students, staff, and the community needs. Rest assured, the fellow up here is not on district payroll. He just happens to give us some good emotional therapy from time to time. So, like Floyd says, if you build it, they will come. And that's a shot of the new stadium lights there about a week after they wrapped up. So It looks great. All right, moving on. Johnson Controls, Simplex panel, and fire alarm upgrades at BMHS. The previous Simplex panel was installed during the '94 referendum, and the addition out to the riverfront at BMHS. Since that time, that panel had become an obsolete piece of technology, resulting in a lack of availability for replacement parts, faulty signals between building transponders, devices, and the main panel. As such, and as part of a phased approach to upgrading the entire building to code, we solicited a proposal from Johnson Controls, who is the sole proprietor of Simplex, to upgrade our main panel to the latest model. And again, so this is being considered as phase one. Johnson Controls came in, they upgraded the panel, or excuse me, the board approved the funding for $145,659 plus an additional $50K in allowances. JCI began the install of the Simplex panel and corresponding devices throughout the building in early August. The majority of the project was wrapped up on August 28th. And in fact, this morning at around 9:15, I got the call from the city inspector that the full building had gained occupancy, including the pool. So right on the mark before right as school started. So, we're confident that this new upgrade will provide reliable fire safety for the students and staff at Beloit Memorial. This was a fun project that we undertook on our grounds team. Arbor Day 2024, we dedicated 6 trees to the school district of Beloit, all 5th grade classes at the 6 elementary schools. So class of 2031. Just want to take an opportunity to thank Colton Hansberry. He was the owner of Hillcrest Tree Farm and a BMHS alumni class of 12. He and his team, again, they made the donations to each of the elementary schools and supported in the planting of those trees across each of the elementary schools. So very exciting day. The kids were very enthusiastic about the dedication to their class, took a lot of pride in owning that. So great job there. All right, and the big one. So I'm sure everyone saw the cranes lifting all summer long and was wondering what the heck is going on over at the high school. So Nexus HVAC Capital Improvement Project at BMHS. Early '23, the district contracted with Nexus Solutions to manage the $5 million HVAC Capital Improvement Project at BMHS, utilizing the elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, also known as the ESTR funding. Over the course of the last 2 years, Nexus and their subcontractors on the project brought about a series of electrical and mechanical upgrades throughout the building to improve the academic experiences of students and, of course, equipping staff with a comfortable environment. Anybody that knows what it was like teaching or learning calculus, I'll speak from experience as a Purple Knight alum, that was not fun in 90-degree heat coming off of summer vacation. So part of those upgrades included replacement of the pneumatic system to DDC conversion controls, the installation of the new roof platform to house the new chillers and the units that service air handler units 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which has brought centralized air conditioning to the core academic section of the building, ground, first, second, third, with the exception of a science wing that will be getting individual splits as part of this overall project. But the entire core academic section of the school is now running under centralized air conditioning. They added the new main voltage transformer to support the additional electrical needs on the project, repairs to existing ductwork, installation of new ductwork, addition of new boilers, and the addition of a new dust collector system for our tech ed wing. In addition to some of the structural capital facility upgrades, our team has also launched a series of systemic tools across our city that we're hoping will streamline some of our processes in the work that we do. So brand names up there: AkitaBox, Our School Today, Faith Technologies. I'll dive into a few of those here. AkitaBox. Summer of '23, we rolled out the new district-wide service request portal for district staff to submit service requests to our department. This platform replaced, I believe it was School Dude? School Dude, and has led to a decrease in response time on work orders and allows our department to streamline and prioritize the needs of the district based on available resources. Again, on my previous slide, first slide, it was 4,000 work orders that came through this system, working with even less resources and personnel that we have in years prior with the attrition of the vacant facilities positions. This type of technology is great to have, like I said, to kind of minimize that response time and to prioritize the work needs across the district. Our school today, calendaring system that was actually utilized by the athletic department at BMHS for several years, and thought that this would be a good opportunity to roll this out across the district. Mainly, well, from my position looking at it, historically, my maintenance team had to rely on, each school kind of had their own system of tracking their calendars. If it was a spreadsheet, if it was school due, what have you. So oftentimes, HVAC, grounds, custodial, okay, we have an event happening at Todd's school on, July, whatever. Nobody knows anything about it because nobody's talking to one another. This system streamlines all of our calendaring system into one, so our maintenance team can pull up one district calendar, know what's going on in any given building on any given day. So kind of trying to avoid hassle of, miscommunications and that type of thing. So hopeful that this tool, once fully adopted, and we work our kinks out, will provide that streamline and efficiencies across the district. Faith Technologies. On August 1st, we successfully moved all 15 district facilities fire and security alarm services under Faith Technologies and their monitoring company, Rapid Response. Faith has been working with the district for several years now. They're the contractor vendor that provided all of our door fob security access points across the facilities. When I came into my position, we contracted with a different company that had a separate monitoring company. So it was kind of, my goal with this is, in addition to streamlining our service requests, is just kind of putting all of our vendors on one particular item, whether it be fire, security, all under one, so I'm not kind of pulling my hair out and wondering, what does this vendor do? What does this vendor do? Why are we contracting with this? And it provided a cost savings, which I don't have the actual number there on the difference between this contractor versus our previous one that we jettisoned back on August 1st. So looking ahead, revisiting this slide, this is, again, sort of our blueprint as we look and work with EUA on putting together sort of our long-range 5-year, 10-year facilities report and where our priorities need to be. Ideally, as I mentioned, summertime is our busiest month when we're dealing with our contractors and getting new roofs paved, getting new parking lots paved, rather. In fact, next week, we're contracting with a company that we just got bids for last week, and we're going to be moving forward with parking lot replacements at BMHS on the main 4th Street side. Those types of things that we, as we look, given our current state with, our monetary constraints and budget cuts and, deferring maintenance needs, my opinion, is not an option. As we all know, labor, materials, they're only going to continue to increase over time. And as we look at this report, already a year old, we know Aldridge is in dire need of roofs. They haven't been touched since 92 and 93, definitely at the end of their life cycle. Robinson shortly behind there. And, part of that is when we look at the referendum of 2011 and these buildings came to fruition around 13-14 period, a lot of these new additions were added onto older structures with little investment into the existing infrastructure. So what we're seeing now with these kind of reports is, it's the older sections of these buildings that are in the most critical need. And we need to be mindful of staying on top of that and not deferring and kicking the can down the road. With that, I'll stop and take comments, feedback, questions.
Any questions? Board Member Hankins?
It's more of a comment, and as this district grows or disgrows, if that's a term, but the projections of a 1, 3, 5, 10-year outlook, if we go back 10 years ago, and obviously the reconfiguration, and we in 2012-13, all that referendum money was spent on buildings. Well, the whole dynamics of the buildings in the district has changed, And it will continue to do so. It's a very fluid thing, as we all know in this room, and it's a declining enrollment. Face facts. It's nationally, for whatever reason. And I know this isn't a decision tonight. I want to make sure when we do go to putting money in buildings, we are building specific on long-range planning, so we're not investing good money into derelict buildings will probably be mothballed and or shelved, 3, 5, 10 years down the road. And I think you as a business person, Tommy, and I know you are, and so is Mr. Chady, understand that. So I just want to throw that out there. I want to go back to your first slide and your switch over to Akita
box. Yep.
Which I think, as a tool, you said something about the 4,000 thing, referrals or whatever you got. Did that have a shift, or is that 4,000? That was just a number you were getting. I know it helped you streamline and identify who, what, where, and prioritize. But it sounds like a magnificent changeover from the other one you're using before that.
Yeah.
And I applaud you or whoever instilled that, because I know you.
I'd have to give that would be Christy Kaufman. She did.
No.
I came in August, and she kind of led the charge on rolling this out single-handedly. Even without my predecessor being in that position. But no, to your point, Tom, it is an excellent tool. It allows staff to categorize based on their level of priority. If they think it's an urgent matter, the whole district has access to it. Teachers, paras, counselors, principals, APs. So I think giving that autonomy and range to the whole district, it just kind of keeps my team aware of what the needs are across the district. And as I mentioned in emails blasts out to the district, just because it goes in a Akita box doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow.
Right.
And this, again, based on, we have a small team, as the, people I mentioned, we have to do our part, on our side, to look at what the urgency is, what we decide kind of is prioritized based on the resources. But to kind of piggyback off your comment, I do think it is a very intuitive, useful tool.
Yes, because everyone in this room realizes that you have a shorter staff than you used to have, and to use that more efficiently and wisely is just what this is all about. This district has to be that way. So I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Brickle. The next item is the board agenda cadence. The purpose of this is to review the most recent change in our agenda schedule per the motion made at the May 7th board meeting. This item was postponed from the August 20th meeting. The motion was to move to follow Dr. Garrison's proposed agenda cadence changed on the first and third Tuesdays with a 6 p.m. start time and with a review at the Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 meeting. There was also a motion made to suspend the date and time portions from Board Policies 171 regular board meetings and 185 stand board committees to make this agenda cadence change. Administration's recommendation is to continue the current agenda cadence. If committees need to hold a meeting, they certainly may do so whenever necessary. This cadence does not preclude committees from meeting. Any board members have any thoughts or questions? Board Member Hankins.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. To be fair, I was not here before, obviously, when I got put on at the end of April. So most of the change I was a part of, in April. I think it went into effect at the end of May, maybe. So to be fair, I can't judge on how it was before. I can only tell you on what my experience has been in the last 3.5 months or whatever it's been. I was appointed to a teen Teaching, Learning, and Education Committee. And I'm not sure which we have not met since I've been on the board. I ran on a platform of student achievement and getting us upgraded. And when I was appointed to that board, I was excited. And since then, we have not met, we have not discussed. I have asked a few times on why. I've been giving no credence or credible answers, just we will, as needed, I guess. I don't know if that was prior to the cadence change, if there was a standing meeting, like bi-monthly or monthly. I can only tell you what I know to this date. I am not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm more wondering. I don't know why we haven't met. We all know, everybody sitting in this room knows that this board, this district, at this point in time in our history, needs all the time and energy it needs from all of us to get us working together, moving forward. By constricting time is not going to help. So, again, I preface by saying I don't know what it was like before, but I can tell you what it's like now. And I would venture to guess if TLE, and I'm not a part of the board. I am a part of, Business Operating and Finance Committee. I attend all their meetings. They're very productive. Policy, I am on it. We are very productive. We are moving forward. And I'm just wondering if the cadence change exasperated or made happen that we haven't had a TLE committee. Maybe I'm way off on that, but I'm just, if that's part of this, what happened, I am dead set against the cadence change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member? Megan Miller, your hand's up.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, I was having a hard time connecting earlier. Yeah, I wanted to thank Board Member Hankins for his comments. As a former chair of the TLE committee, or I'm sorry, the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee, I found it to be a very beneficial use of time. I really appreciated like kind of the deep and robust discussions, as well as the feedback we were able to give so that administration could say, like, here's the presentation. We might have, looked at things differently and asked for different information, or, I thought, at least my experience was that it generated some good discussion so that when we did bring information to the full board, it was a little bit more like the feedback and kind of like the work through it had already been done. I do also completely appreciate the point that Dr. Garrison made at the last meeting when we discussed this about like we need to be respectful of administration's use of time. So I would be in favor of moving forward in such a way that I appreciate, like I said, Mr. Hankins said, if we could go back to meeting, but also with the understanding that like we could still maybe start our business meeting at 6, and the idea that board members, our administration should not have to give full presentations twice. I really appreciate Dr. Garrison's point there, and so if there's a way that we can manage our time and communication along with going back to that regular cadence, I would be in favor of that. So I apologize because mine is sort of like a meet in the middle response, but those are kind of the points that are important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Board Member Greg Schneider, your hand's up.
Yeah. With the new cadence, a lot of the information that needs to take place gets rolled into and added to the regular agenda every month as it goes through. You're right. At this point, the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee is not met on a regular basis. I do have a number of items that I would like to add to that agenda, and we'll be addressing those so that we schedule a meeting coming forward. And I want to make sure that if, as reports become due, that we have the ability to review those before we get to that due date when we have to make sure that things get signed. So we will meet more often as we need to.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. Board Member Brian Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. I mean, I like the 6 o'clock start, but I can't speak for the two committee chairmen. I can only speak for me. But I still like the Business Ops Finance Committee once a month and the TLE Pupil Services Committee once a month. One at the beginning of the month, one at the end of the month. You know, we have done it a couple times for the ad hoc committee and so forth. And we could start it at 5 o'clock. We could start at 5:30, depending on what the agenda. You know, so that would be my suggestion: is we keep the 6 o'clock start. Business Ops Finance first of the month, TLE at the People Services at the end of the second meeting of the month, and move on. And adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nichols, and my apologies. That's the second time tonight I did not refer to you as Vice President. I'm experiencing a little bit of back pain tonight, was in the car for a long time over the weekend, and just please bear with me.
Just don't call me late for
Well, it's late already. Board Member Anderson.
So I'd say this new cadence of not having specifically timed regular committee meetings on the Business, Finance, and Operations Committee hasn't affected that committee that I chair, because we've had so many things going on that we've had, you know, more than regular meetings, you know, including the ad hoc stuff, and so my committee hasn't been affected by it. So, you know, I might not be the best one to ask, but I think where it has been effective, I think, is, you know, if we allow items that come out of committee to hit the consent agenda with meaning, and allow the committees to do their work and not fully rehash, you know, the items once they hit the consent agenda. I think, you know, everybody gets their vote, but, you know, that's where that double presentation thing comes in, and again, to be respectful of administration's time, that piece of it, you know, I want to be mindful of. But so that being said, for my committee purposes, it's worked out fine, because if we need to call a meeting, we call a meeting. I do think, however, though, that we should all do it the same way for some consistency. So I'm also then, you know, not opposed when the chair of TLE, if he wants to have a meeting consistently every month, and his policy chair wants to have one every month, and get back on the old rotation, I'm okay with that. But then it's also how do we use that time efficiently? So.
Is that a motion?
No. No, it's not.
Any other board member comments or thoughts? Dr. Garrison?
Thank you so much. You know, one of the things I want to just say that, you know, the cadence that we currently have, I want to just reiterate that if a committee wants to meet, the administration is more than willing to meet. And we have the information that, you know, that is being requested, and we can, of course, meet. This was put in place as a trial. I believe overall it has worked from the administration perspective, and I think hearing from the board members is, you know, it's like, you know, it's been okay. I will say that my goal has always been to make sure that we bring an efficient board conversation to the board. That's been my space, and I want to continue to do that, and I believe that this cadence has allowed us to do that. I know that sometimes we have had to go a little over due to, you know, our presentation timeframes. That's something that I am working on with my administrative team. But we also have, you know, that public comment stuff in the beginning that also takes up some time, which is perfectly, you know, fine, because that's the duty of the board. And so I just want to make sure that everyone knows that it's my goal to bring an efficient administration conversation to the board, as well as, honoring your time, because this is a lot of information that's given to you all at once, and I know that's a lot. And across the state of Wisconsin, all of us superintendents, think the same thing. We don't want to overdo anything as it pertains to giving so much, time to a presentation or just in general to the board, because we do want it to be bite-sizable for us to be able to make an informed decision as a board to move that conversation forward. And so that is our goal, is to make it as efficient as possible. I believe that this kind of does that. We did say we'll give this a trial for 3 months. We've roughly have done that. And hopefully, the board will, of course, see our recommendation and hold true to it. Again, does not stop committees from meeting at all. Again, committees can meet whenever they do so choose, and it gives us that flexibility to make those adjustments throughout any time of the month, not just a set time. And so that's the other side of it as well.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. I'm more in the side of let's return to the previous cadence, but have the start time at 6 p.m. with the committee times at 5 p.m., the alternating weeks for the finance and the TLE and the policy still on Wednesday, I think would probably work best. And then if for some reason, if a chairperson doesn't feel the need to have a meeting, cancel the meeting. I think it puts us as board members saying, okay, we're going to be doing this, and makes it easier for our scheduling. Dr. Garrison, okay. Board Member Miller, is that a new hand, or was that from before?
Yep, it's a new hand. Thanks so much for your comments, Board President Johnson. I think you and I are about the same page, but before I'm willing to make a motion or take a vote, I guess if I could just, like I asked last time, just one more time, kind of hear from our committee chairs what your preference is as well. I definitely want to honor and respect where Dr. Garrison is coming from. But we're all a partnership. So if you guys wouldn't mind just kind of rehashing kind of where you're at, that'll help me make a better decision.
Do you mind restating your positions, Board Member Schneider?
No. I guess either if we go with a new cadence where we start at 6 and we add the committee meetings if we need it, or we schedule the committee meetings and then we cancel it if we don't need it, it ultimately comes out to the same thing, that the majority of the meeting runs hopefully a little smoother, that we're not duplicating everything that happens at a committee meeting at the board meeting. And that's where oftentimes we got delayed, is when the discussion happened in a committee, but then that same discussion happened at the full board meeting, so that we were spending, instead of an hour, we're spending 2 hours on the same topic, which delayed everything. And that's I think where we started running into issues where board meetings were running really late because we were duplicating efforts on the same night. So we need to find a way so that we're not duplicating. So either way that it goes, I'm okay with, just so that we can make assure that we're not spending double the amount of time that we need to in the same evening.
Thank you. Board Member, your Finance, Operations, Business Chairperson.
I didn't help you out much, or did I? Kind of let you just work through that, so sorry.
With a lovely smirk on your face.
I know. Yeah, I'm a jerk that way. I guess just to reiterate, Board Member Miller, I wouldn't see it changing. I think the communication between and the delivery that Mr. Chady has done for the business operations and finance, I think it's worked really well during this test period. So I think if we were to schedule something, and it's something that we could get through in our normal course of our normal board meeting, then I would just not have it. We just haven't seen it because we've had other items come up. So I agree we end up in the same place. So ultimately, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Thank you. Policy Chairperson and Vice President Nichols.
Policy is going to be Wednesday. It's always going to be Wednesday. Case closed.
Still want your input?
I can't, Board Member Hankins and Board Member Levy's the other two on the committee. And so, Mr. Hankins, you can certainly make your comment. I do remember last week, and if everybody can, that Board Member Levy was leaning toward, she was leaning toward the old way, which, as I recall. But anyway, the policy is going to be, it's on Wednesday night at 5:30. I'm okay if somebody wants to consider moving it earlier too. We could do 5 o'clock, but for now it's 5:30 on tomorrow evening. So it has no bearing on the other two committees.
Board Member Hankins?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in one small little thing. I know. The only drawback, and I don't know if this happened, prior to the changing cadence, and it came up to me internally, with the ad hoc committee and the budget, and it went, we approved their recommendations. But in thinking it through, we couldn't discuss it at the board level because it couldn't be on our agenda because it just got approved from the Business Operations Committee. So there was no time gap. And I get all the others, that needs to be notified, the 24 hours and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not sure so when they're scheduled prior to a board meeting, there is no 24-hour gap. Now, policy meets 5:30, so on Wednesday. So whatever I being in the committee, decide, we can go to approval to the next board meeting, where Brian's committee has to wait at least 2 weeks plus 1 day. Well, 2 weeks to get anything out. That's the only, and it's just happened because I was thinking about ad hoc and how we could get it on the agenda to at least discuss. But we couldn't even get it on the agenda to discuss because it didn't come out of his committee until 6 o'clock tonight. So that's my only concern, and I'm not even sure if that was different prior to May 7th when it was changed. I just wanted to throw that out there. Maybe everybody thinks, well, it worked fine before, it should work. I'm not sure when Business Operations and Finance met before. Was it always? Go ahead. Thank you. It was always, I'm asking. It was always on the first Tuesday prior to the meeting. So that hasn't changed. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Sometimes if there's a motion that needs to happen in the committee, we know about it ahead of time and we make that motion and it could be moved to the consent agenda of the regular board meeting. And so, not to say, there's ways in which we could move one thing to the next board meeting. Yeah, correct. And that's just part of, the conversations that, Board President Johnson and I have as it pertains to, what's on the docket and how we can, help, move things along. But it wouldn't stop the board from taking things off of the consent agenda, right, and having the additional conversation. And so, just to let you know, based off of your statement, that's kind of how we could still move things. Yeah, yeah, no problem.
We could that maybe not move on action, but 5 o'clock meeting, we could get it on the 6 o'clock meeting.
But again, that's only based off of conversations that the committee chairs and the board president and myself have. Yeah.
Anyone willing to make a motion? If not, it's We have the recommended action of the administration recommends that the Board of Education approve the agenda cadence with the understanding that a committee may hold a posted meeting at any time that it is necessary. But from the sounds of our conversation, it sounds like maybe a motion to approve returning to the previous board meeting agenda cadence that existed prior to May 7th with this change in the starting times of the regular board meeting to 6 p.m. and the committee times to 5 p.m. might also be considered. Oh, Board Member Megan Miller.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion since, as we said, it's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. I move to approve the agenda cadence with the understanding that a committee may be held, that a committee may hold a posted meeting at any time that is necessary.
Motion by Megan Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion?
Yes, Michelle, could you reread that, please? I kind of got lost a little bit.
Sure. I have that the Board of Education approve the agenda cadence with the understanding that a committee may hold a posted meeting at any time that is necessary. Is that correct, Megan?
Yeah, and I just linked it in the chat. I just read off of what was posted in board docs.
Yep,
Board,
okay.
Member Hanson.
Yep.
Board Member Brian Anderson.
Board Member Miller, does that mean you're looking to extend our trial version or go back to what we were doing?
So I'm convinced after listening to you and Greg that it's essentially the same thing. Greg's going to post a meeting when he needs to post a meeting. You've done a great job, as well. I mean, it seems like what we're doing is working. It's what our administration wants. So I'm willing to keep it rolling. If you guys don't want to, that's cool too.
Well, I'll just say, I think I just want to understand the motion, I'm going to invoke my inner board member, Amy Levy, and say, I just want to make sure we understand what we're voting for, because I just want to know which way that is, because for me, it won't impact my committee, because I'm going to call a meeting when we need to have a meeting. I'll cancel it if we don't need to, if it's already scheduled. So I won't let it impact my committee, and I think if each committee chair takes that same approach, then it truly doesn't matter. But I just want to, for voting purposes, I just want to know which way the motion is intending to move things.
No, you're great. I fully appreciate you bringing that up. I had to just double check, but it looks like to me, what the recommended action is that the administration would like us to continue on with the way that it's been going, and based on what I've heard from chairs, you and our chair, Mr. Schneider, it sounds like there's really nothing stopping us from meeting when we need to address the important business of business, finance, operations, and teaching, learning, equity, and people services. And if that's also the preference of our administration, whose time I want to be respectful of, that was the spirit in which my motion was made.
Any other discussion? Michelle, can we get a roll call?
Yes. Megan Miller.
Aye.
Tom Hankins.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Brian Nichols.
Nay.
Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion failed.
Okay.
Board President Johnson.
Yes, Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I mean, would it be, so it sounds like we want to take action on this tonight. So based on what I heard, I'm just trying to understand where everybody's at. Would you prefer a motion to continue our business meetings at 6 p.m. with the posting of business committee and teaching learning committee on the first and third Tuesday, with the idea that the chair would just cancel the meeting if there weren't business?
That is a motion I could fully get behind.
Okay, so I'm gonna try really hard because unfortunately I don't have like a really strong inner Amy Levy, so maybe board member Anders can help me out with the wording. But then I would like to make a motion to approve a board cadence in which our business meetings would convene at 6 p.m. or after the committee meetings ended, and where Business Operations and Finance Committee would be posted for the first Tuesday, comma, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee would be posted on the third Thursday, comma, and chairs would be expected to convene or cancel the meetings based on the necessity of meeting. That was the worst motion I've ever made. I'm sorry, but somebody can probably fix that for me.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Board Member Hankins?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about policy meeting on Wednesday. I don't know if that's got to be part of the motion or not. Okay.
Vice President Nichols?
So what I wanted to share is that the two policies that we were suspending, temporarily suspending, would still be in place. Honestly, all we really need to do is rewrite the start times on 171. Correct, Greg? Yeah, because it says 7 o'clock. All we need to do is change that. And so for those of you who've been on the board a lot longer than me, and Board Member Miller, you're a former president too. Would that be the course of action? All we need to do is change the policy to. Oh no, Scott. Well, we still have human resources in there too. Meetings at first and third at 6:30.
Vice President Nichols, I apologize for, I think that we can cancel a meeting anytime. I don't think there needs to be something explicitly stated in policy. For example, we have rescheduled board business meetings before based on, holidays, or other conflicts. However, thank you so much for bringing up Human Resource Committee, because that completely eluded me. And so if we were to vote on the current motion, somebody else could also make a motion about what we'd like to do with Human Resource Committee meeting. And personally, I would be in favor of leaving it in the business meeting agenda the way that we're doing it now. My only caveat to all of this in the motion language is that just leaning on all of our professionalism to please be respectful of our administrators and their time, and making sure that we don't create a redundancy or a time waste on these issues by returning to that other cadence.
Okay. Do we need,
Any amendments?
yeah, an amendment for the human resources?
I don't think we do.
We have to
We-
turn this one down and start over. It's been moved and seconded. Do we do amendments now?
This is a good question. Can we just roll the HR into our board meeting without having to, no, we cannot. Okay.
We could approve this one and just start with a new motion that specifically addresses the HR.
Okay.
So that we're not amending or repealing or.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, so we'll vote on this, and then I will entertain a motion for the HR committee. Michelle, would you do a roll call again, please?
Yes, and could I get clarification? Was the second from Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, can I get a motion for to roll the HR committee into the regular board meeting agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oppose? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the approval of the 24-25 resolution for equitable funding. This is Ms. Miller.
Hi. All right. Thank you so much. So putting this into the context of what we just heard from so many people this evening, school budgets all over Wisconsin and certainly all over the country, but Wisconsin has its own unique issues, is very much in crisis. And for us as a community to have to take the first day of school and take time away from, folks coming in to take time away from their families to fight for positions that are vital to the well-being of our children is all the more reason that I believe that this resolution is timely. The way that school funding and resourcing throughout the state is set up is extremely inequitable and flawed. And there's really no partisan view on that whatsoever, and as evidenced by the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendations. So the Blue Ribbon Commission, for a little bit of background, was convened. There was a singular party in control, and it was Representative Voss, and I'm trying to remember, it might have been Fitzgerald as well, who convened the commission. But it was a bipartisan commission, and the results that it produced were resoundingly in favor of reforming our school funding system. So what we've just experienced here this evening as board members, what we've been experiencing in our community for the last several years, is in many ways a direct outcome of those funding inequities. And before I say anything further, does anybody have a need for us to read through the resolution? I know Dr. Garrison was very timely in being able to give revisions and things like that. We tried to get it out to everybody as soon as possible, but I'd like to pause to see if anybody has any thoughts, questions, or has specific language thoughts on what's written.
Vice President Nichols?
Board Member Miller, you did a great job writing this resolution. But I do have a couple, probably just one question. So the Blue Ribbon Commission was established in 2019. Then what happened?
That's a fabulous question. I love that you asked that question because unfortunately it was established. There's a full report available. I had to dig and dig and dig in the corners of the internet to even find original copy of the report, but it is referenced if you go to the state legislature's website, and there's some other education kind of groups that have it summarized. Mm-hmm. So it was presented and no legislative action has been taken. So what would have to happen for the Blue Ribbon Commission recommendations to be implemented is that would be a combination of action between the Joint Finance Committee, which again is a bipartisan committee of our state legislature. The state legislature itself would have to act to make some changes to how they, manage per pupil funding. One of the things that sticks out is we're in the minority of states that actually don't have additional funding for children who are under-resourced. That's peculiar to Wisconsin that we don't give additional per pupil funding, or we call that FTE. So that's an example. So those are all legislative actions that would have to be taken. So many reports are created and studied. You know, if you go on DPI's website, you'll find just dozens of them. You know, there's a report on how is academic and career planning going and what are our recommendations, et cetera. But unless the legislature chooses to act on these recommendations, nothing happens. And since part of our role as a school board is to advocate for legislative action that would best serve certainly our students in Beloit, but in this case would be beneficial to districts across the entire state, rural, urban, and everything in between, I just felt like it was an appropriate item to bring forth to the WASB conference for consideration, since it is something that has statewide implications and would then serve to urge our legislature to take action on whatever they believe is still timely and necessary.
Any other board members? Can I get a motion of the approval of the 2425.02 resolution for the equitable funding for submission to WASB?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Greg Schneider, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion?
Just, I believe for resolutions, we need a roll call vote.
Thank you. Any discussion? Other discussion? Hearing none. Michelle, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Megan Miller.
Aye.
Tom Hankins.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Greg Schneider.
Aye.
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you, Board Member Miller. That brings us to the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. I am requesting removal of item C. Do any other board members have any items they would like removed? Okay, can I get a motion for the approval of the consent agenda minus item C?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Greg Schneider, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. The item C, that is the special meeting minutes, August 24th. There's an error in that in item 2A, action discussion. The third sentence says, she apologized for not putting the item on the agenda. That is not correct. I did not apologize for not putting it on the agenda. I may have apologized for not being able to put it on the agenda in enough time because I didn't have the responses from the board member or all of the information that had gotten back to me. And by that time, I was in a location with shoddy internet, and having at that time gained the information that there was not strong support to put it on the agenda, I wouldn't have put it on the agenda.
So do you want me just to add in enough time, or do you want me to delete it, or?
Just delete it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then can I get a motion for the approval of the special minutes August 24th meeting with the changes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. That brings us to meeting dates. Our Future board meeting dates, Wednesday, September 4th is the, no, that's, no, they're not meeting. Wednesday, September 4th at 5:30, the policy committee meeting is being held. Tuesday, September 10th at 5:30 PM, there's a special board meeting. Tuesday, September 17th at 6 PM, there is a regular board meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, 17th. My apologies there. Human resources. Are there any open session questions regarding Exhibit A or the interview panel diversity report? Are there any closed session questions? Can I get a motion for approval of the September 3rd employment recommendations, Exhibit A?
So moved.
Second?
Motion for approval by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And can I get a motion for an adjournment? What? No, we'll do those in, next time we go into closed session.
I move adjournment.
Second.
Motion for adjournment by Brian Anderson, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. Thank you. Everybody have a wonderful night and a wonderful first week of school.